Dottor Galli, ben arrivato, buon pomeriggio.
Ecco, buon pomeriggio a lei, mi sente?
La sento, sono Federica Ingrosso.
Benissimo.
Siamo gli altri partecipanti della sessione, ho visto che si è collegato con un po' di anticipo.
Sì,
Sì, va
diciamo,
benissimo per noi, anzi.
per essere sicuro che funzioni, insomma.
Certo, certo, certo. Va bene, allora ci rivediamo tra poco.
Sì, sì, benissimo.
A dopo.
A dopo. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
I am Giampaolo Galli. I am the moderator.
Okay. I'm Anne Pola. I just changed my name.
Anne Pola. Okay, we are in contact. Am I pronouncing your name right? Anne Pola.
Yeah, this is perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
But don't worry, I don't.
Okay. And you will talk third. I will try to keep the time tight because at 3:45 we have to stop.
Okay.
So I will try to avoid the other people to squeeze your time. Okay.
Very good.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Polar. I'm Federica Ingrosso. I'm here to help you. Okay. If you need.
But Federica, we don't see.
No. How would I share my slides?
You can do it from your own screen, but if you want,
we can try. Yeah. Can I try that? So yeah, sure.
But I think that Federica, you have to take out the the screen sharing.
Yes.
With the title of the conference, so that she can do the sharing.
Yes, we have. That's why I connected a little bit early, because I rarely use Zoom, so I have to. I don't know exactly how to share my screen.
Federica, you must.
Yeah, just a minute, please. I have to stop the screen sharing.
Stop your screen sharing.
Yeah, but it's not mine. Maybe just a minute, please. Okay. Okay. So somebody is sharing. Yeah. The screen, and so I can't share mine. But that's okay. I have to refer to stop the short screen. Do we know whose screen it is? I have to call him. Okay. Maybe I can try now. I'm going to. Yeah, please. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. You can do it full screen if you want, I think.
I can do it.
Is this a PDF? Oh, yeah.
It's a PDF. Okay, let's see. No, I don't want that. Okay. Okay, so at least I know how
to go back and forth. Yes.
Yeah, that's step one. Okay, so you are telling me that I can do it full screen. So let's try to do that.
I think you can, but I'm not sure.
It's okay. This is it, right?
Yeah. Is it fine?
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we can wait for the first presenter to share his screen. So Gianpaolo, you are professor. You are from from Roma too?
I am in Roma, and I teach at the Catholic University because because I am part of the Observatory on Public Accounts. Okay. I joined that a couple of years ago, and that is in the Catholic University. So I also started to teach there, but I did very different jobs before doing this. I was member of parliament before.
Ah, okay.
And before that, I was general director of Confindustria, the Confederation of Italian Industry. So I like academics. I now do econometrics, a lot of econometrics, but that's not what I've done most of my life. I was first at the Bank of Italy and then and Confindustria, and then in Parliament. You have been, you've done your life in the European Bank?
No. I started with academia. Then I went to the IMF.
Oh, I see.
And then I went to the French Ministry of Finance.
Mm-hmm.
I was there for 8 years at the French Treasury. I was doing macroeconomic policy. And then I went back to academia.
At the French Treasury. That was when Trichet was there?
No.
Later?
No, Trichet, it was much later. It was much later.
Oh, no, of course, that was long ago, because I'm a bit old. I used to meet Trichet once or twice a month in Brussels when he was head of the Treasury in France. But that was at the beginning of the 90s.
Yeah, that was before the launch of the euro, I guess, because he participated.
Much before, when we negotiated the Maastricht Treaty, and then the French referendum, and then the enlargement of the ESM, of the bands, when there was the July attack, the July 93 attack on the French franc. That was the most dramatic moment for Trichet at that time. Also, we followed on a large screen TV from when we were in Washington at the meetings on the 20th of September, 92. And it was sort of at the French referendum, the results. So the polls and then the results. And Trichet was sort of, like the guy who presents, who tells in TV the football game. It had become such an event, and all governors, ministers were listening to Trichet making forecasts based on the polls, on the exit polls of the French referendum, which was so tight. And for us, it was a very critical moment because we had to decide whether to re-enter the EMS, from which we had been kicked out the previous Black or White Wednesday. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah, That's why people that went through that, they want to stay in the euro. They don't want to go back to having their own currency.
The experience of the EMS has been absolutely crucial in convincing the governors, which are very conservative people in general. No, they don't like to jump into strange things, but they were all convinced that we had to go to the euro, to jump to the euro. Even Titmeyer, I would say. Titmeyer didn't want Italy in it, but and perhaps Greece. But anyway, they were all convinced that the European monetary system was creating too many tensions between European countries, across European countries. And the euro is also creating tensions in Europe.
Well, it's getting better, I guess.
For the time being. For the time being.
I can see you're not an optimistic.
For the time being. Well.
Welcome, Baltrunite.
Who is meeting?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me fine, right?
Yes.
Audinga, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So
Audinga.
Audinga, yeah. Audinga. Baltrunite. Like
Baltrunite.
Yeah.
How do they call you at the Banca d'Italia?
Like Audinga Baltrunite.
Baltrunite.
Audi. You can call me out. No, my short name is Audi, but it's
quindi parli italiano? Lei parla italiano?
Sì, parlo italiano, sì, cioè lavoro, sono a Roma ormai da 5 anni, vabbè, prima ero a Milano, quindi ormai in Italia da molto tempo, però diciamo sì, piacere comunque conoscersi, adesso anche se virtualmente.
Molto piacere, sì. In which department are you at the Banca d'Italia?
Like the former centro studi, so I'm like in the law and economics unit, like economia e diritto.
Economia e diritto. Who is the head of that department?
Silvia Giacomelli.
Yes.
Silvia Giacomelli and Sauro Mocetti, they are like my direct bosses.
Yes. And they're all coordinated by Eugenio Gaiotti.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Because, my generation, I knew, I left the Bank of Italy in 95.
Okay.
So that was long ago, but Eugenio Gaiotti was there, but all the other names that you have mentioned were not
yeah,
there
likely.
yet.
Yes.
Okay.
Ciao Giampaolo, buongiorno a tutti.
Buongiorno, Laurent.
Grazie. Could we check a few minutes that we are able to present our slides?
Yes. You want to do the sharing or you want me to do the sharing for you?
I prefer to manipulate my slide myself.
Okay. You can do it right now.
You have the control, okay. I have the control.
And
you are sharing the screen, but I don't see the slide.
no, I see my face for some reason. Okay. Laurent.
Now you see. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
It works. And then can I go to now? Okay. Okay, very good. We can okay, then I stop sharing.
Yes. Now you can keep the sharing. I will just say 2 words and then you start because it is 15 past 2.
Yeah, if you want, we can start.
Federica, you have to give us the start, and I would like my face to get out of your screen, of your slides. Laurent, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Redo the screen sharing.
Laurent? Do you see the slide now?
No, we don't see your slides.
Okay, so I don't know how you can do the share screen.
When you want, we can start.
Okay. Okay, we see your slides. We see your email. That's okay. Okay, so I think we can start. We connected. We have people following us, I think, also from other channels. Today I will just keep the time. Let me say that we are in this is an important session because with COVID many companies have been having difficulties, lost revenues, perhaps capital, have difficulty with liquidities, and governments have provided support for companies, liquidity support, guarantees, and so on. And the question is, how is the way out? And no other time economists have gone into so deeply into the reality of companies, of the asset and liabilities, their profit and loss statements, as well as in their corporate boards and its composition. The first speaker, we have about I would say 15-20 minutes for presentation, so we leave a few minutes for discussion. The first paper will be presented by Laurent Morin of the European Investment Bank, and it is investment versus trade-offs in the post-COVID-19 European economy. Laurent, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Gianpaolo. Thanks to all for inviting us.
Let me, excuse me. I want to thank Gianpaolo sharing the.
Hello.
Thank you, Luigi, for this. Thanks. Okay.
Okay, thank you for inviting us to present the result of our work. The work is on corporate vulnerabilities and investment versus debt trade-off in the post-COVID-19 European economy. It is so the presentation I'm going to make is based on two papers. One has been released, one is published as a working paper at the EIB working paper series, and one is forthcoming. It will happen after the summer. So the presentation is a mix of both papers, and the papers that I have circulated only reflect part of the presentation. This is the result of joint work with Rosalia Pal and Deborah Revoltella. The key messages I would like to develop in this presentation is first that the crisis unfolded very differently from the GFC SDC, sovereign debt crisis. Why? Because this time the policy support was much more active and from many fronts, from monetary, bank supervisory, fiscal policy. And this was true at the national as well as European level. So that in fact the credit provision to corporates was maintained and the full-blown liquidity crisis was avoided at the beginning of the crisis. So this is a positive message, but at the same time, the crisis has unfolded with asymmetries in the corporate sector, which are rooted in the crisis. And scaling of the corporate sector, the ecosystem, is a major risk looking forward. Investment took a hit, but to some extent less unexpected at the beginning of the crisis, as lockdown policy became more and more targeted across the crisis, and policy support was maintained. There is still an uncertainty regarding the phasing out of the policy support, which is in fact weighing on investment, having a negative impact on investment. And this is very important to look forward for the phasing out of these policies. As I was telling you, corporate vulnerabilities have increased asymmetrically across sectors. I'm going to develop this. And as the sectoral structure of EU economy differs, some economies are more tilted toward more exposed sectors, others less. There is a risk of uneven recovery in the European economic landscape. So to make these points, I will follow a presentation in three parts. First, I will have a narrative about the COVID-19 crisis in comparison to the GFC SDC. This will be relatively short. Then I will expose shortly the methodology, in which one of the specific focus is to account for the policy support which was deployed during this crisis. And then I will end up with many results showing the asymmetric risk for the ecosystem and the risk of scaring at the national level. So first, regarding the comparison between the current crisis, the COVID-19 crisis and the GFC, as you can see on these two charts, in terms of investment, the decline so far for the COVID-19 crisis has been somewhat below the decline recorded during the GFC. In nominal terms, focusing on the corporate sector only, we speak about a decline of 10%, something like 10%, while during the GFC, we experienced the European economy recorded a decline of 14%. So there is a lower pass-through, which is a bit strange because the crisis has been much stronger on GDP. And in fact, it's related to the policy stimulus, the policy support which has been put in place. Still, besides this positive message, the impact on corporate investment is likely to be very asymmetric across sectors and can be more protracted given that internal finance gap, the possibility to finance corporate investment through capital accumulation, organic capital accumulation, is lower because profits have took a hit, and the higher leverage that will result after the crisis. Focusing on financing condition, and this is a major element of the relatively more subdued impact of the COVID-19 crisis compared to the GFC, there was a massive monetary policy support, providing very accommodative financing conditions to the corporate sector. So you have a bunch of evidence showing you this. On the left-hand side, you have first the financing condition indicator, which spiked at the beginning of the crisis in March 2020. So it increased and then went down substantially given the policy support and the confidence messages that were sent by the policymakers. In the middle, you have the credit spread, the risk spread between the euro area BBB 5-year bond and the Euribor. And you see that, like financing condition, it skyrocketed at the beginning of the crisis, but then went down substantially. And then you can see an indicator which is taken from Bloom of policy uncertainty. And you see that the rise in policy uncertainty is substantial, especially at the world level, but not commensurate to the one that we saw, for example, recently in 2016. So there was a restoration, reconfidence provided by the government and the financial institutions. And in terms of corporate rates, bank lending rate on corporate loans, as you can see on the right-hand chart, they remain almost flat since the beginning of the crisis, despite the much higher risk of bankruptcy or default for corporates. Another element which was very supportive during this crisis was the provision of large envelopes of government guarantees. So government from the start of the crisis, as well as EU institutions, EIB provided such guarantees, managed to take out the risk from the loans provided by banks to the corporates by providing guarantee. The amount of guarantee is something which is substantial, as you can see on the left-hand chart. It goes up to something like 10% of the new loans originated to businesses in Spain, close to that 8% in Italy, 6% in France, and 2% in Germany. So altogether, we speak about a lot of money, something like 400 billion, which has supported the provision of credit by the banking sector to the corporate. And in fact, conversely to what happened during the previous crisis, the great financial crisis, this provision of credit has enabled corporates to buffer cash position, to accumulate cash position. It's what you see on the right-hand chart. So corporates were able to have credit lines, to operate credit lines, to draw money from credit lines or short-term loans. And they posted this as cash and deposits in their banking account. This is the aggregated story. The main question, and for which we don't have the figures, the data at this stage, is whether what you see in this accumulation of cash reflects the same corporate, or if the cash has circulated within the ecosystem, which would be a source of risk for the corporate vulnerabilities. In a way, if you take a loan to pay back your intermediary consumption or your employees is out of the corporate sector, but intermediary consumption, The cash is still in the sector aggregated level, but it's not the same company who gets it, while the debt, you have to pay it back. So if the cash has circulated, the risk is much higher. This was for a broad description of the comparison between what happened during COVID-19 and what happened during GFC. Now, what is the question and what is the methodology that we want to deploy to answer this question? So, first of all, at the beginning of the crisis, we didn't have any profit data because the sectoral accounts are lagging. So the aim of the first paper was to provide in sample estimation of the corporate profit at the granular level, at the firm level. We still have this part in this presentation. We want to simulate losses during the crisis at the firm level. But at the same time, in the meantime, the corporate profits have come out as figures in an integrated account. So in overall terms, it's not so much important. What is important is the diversity, asymmetry across type of corporates and type of sector or type of countries. So in the first step, we simulate losses, corporates which have faced losses during the crisis. The crisis meaning first beginning of 2020 till the first half of 2021. And we have assumption to provide figures for 2021. We use our data on turnover change, which is available until the first quarter of 2021. We estimate sector-specific cost to sale elasticity at the EU level for 15 sectors considered. We use Orbis database for that, and we calibrate the policy support to account for the deviation from historical regularities. Once we do this in-sample simulation of profit accounts for something like 45,000 corporates, we build an indicator of corporate vulnerability based on 3 risk indicators at the sectoral level. First, the liquidity risk, the probability that your cash position is exhausted, that given your losses, you draw out of cash and you end up with no cash, no liquid asset anymore. Second, the default risk, which is the risk supported by an interest rate coverage ratio below 1. And third, the solvency risk, which is the risk of equity base wiped out. So your losses kill your capital base. So you have a capital base which becomes negative. And in this, when we conglomerate these 3 sources of risk in one indicator, we look at sectoral asymmetries as well as country asymmetries. So let's move on again with the methodology. So as you can see on this table, we have 15 sectors. We use EIBIS Orbis sample, which is made of 46,700 corporations. And we disentangle the 4 main profit components: cost of employees, administrative cost, financial expenses, and material cost. And for each of them, for each of these components, we estimate in sample historically the elasticity between the cost component and the change in sale. Okay, so this is the alpha that we want to find in this equation. Of course, by definition, since profit are pro-cyclical, alpha is below 1 and above 0. And it's what we found in all the estimation, which is at the sectoral level, again, I repeat. But this was history. But during this crisis, I was telling you that there has been massive policy support. How can we account for the policy support? Policy support dampened the impact of GDP collapse on profits and employment. And in fact, in our analysis, most of the channel goes through employment support schemes. As you can see on the chart on the left-hand side, during the GFC, real value added, so real GDP, went down by 4.2%. During the COVID-19 crisis so far, and now we expect a recovery, GDP went down by 5.9%. Profit share, given the pro-cyclicality of profits, is pro-cyclical also. It went down much less during the current crisis, by only 1.6%, than compared during the GFC, during which it went down by 2.4%. And in fact, if we apply, given the relative bigger magnitude of real GDP fall, if we apply the elasticities that we saw during the GFC, profit share should have declined by more than 3%. So the double of what has happened. So already we have an evidence that the policy support has cushioned something like 50% of the shock. Then when we look at in terms of component of the profit account, employment is the bulk of it, employment cost is the bulk of it, and what happened on the employment side? Well, the first thing is that hours work reacted much more during this crisis than when accounting for historical irregularities. It's something that you can see on the left-hand chart. You can see that the dotted line, which is the in-sample based forecast provided over the COVID-19 crisis, go down, of course. Employment per hours work of employment goes down, but much less than what has happened during this crisis. Why? Because the policy, the government, has enabled corporates to adjust much more the hours work by providing temporary unemployment scheme. And conversely, what has happened is that employment per head didn't fall as much than what they should have given historical irregularities. Why? Because simply you were removing through policy support the risk of keeping your employees from your corporate accounts. So you were able to adjust on hours work, and you are keeping the job of the people who were working for you before the crisis. So overall, when we accumulate this experience, this evidence on the relative magnitude of the profit decline and this evidence about adjustment of labor, we implement a policy support which enables corporates to increase their reactivity of employment through the support provided by the sovereign by 50% compared to historical average. And it's this major number which enables us to recompute the policy account, the profit account during the COVID-19 crisis. So we do take the equation that we have estimated at the 15 sector level. We take the elasticities that have been estimated, but for labor demand elasticity, we multiply it, we add 50% of adjustment. So the capacity of corporates to adjust on that cost is much higher, given the government support. And then we calibrate, we simulate the profit evolution, given the decline at the sector level that we have seen in Eurostat numbers until the first quarter of 2021. Now I will come to the
Laurent, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Now I will come to the result. The first thing is that all the free risk indicators increase during the crisis. Be it the probability of running out of cash, the probability of having an IRC below 1, or the solvency indicator, the probability of having an equity base below 0. But you can see that this share in sample, historically, even in not crisis time, they are far away from 0. And in fact, the deviation is important, but for equity solvency especially, less than during the GFC. You have sectors, as I was telling you, which are more hit than others. So that what's something that you can see on the left-hand side of the chart, on the slide. So then it has implication for the sectoral evolution. It's what we portray in the right-hand side. Again, in historical terms, in average, you have firms recording losses in all the sectors. It's something which is portrayed by the plain bar on the right-hand chart. And then we compare this average to the change, the increase or the decrease during COVID-19 crisis through the dashed line. And you see that some sectors, accommodation, transportation, machinery and transport equipment, textile and other manufacturing, are much more affected than sectors like trade, pharmaceutical, agriculture and food, IT, legal and real estate. What does it mean, all this? It means that when you take an investment equation, and there we use the answer to VIBIS, a survey that is provided by VIB on an annual basis, you will have a decline in investment beyond the ones that you have already seen, in deviation from a counterfactual where you would not have seen a crisis. But at the same time, what we found is that the capital to asset ratio, which is a measure of the strength of the corporate balance sheet, as well as the cash position of the corporate, are two elements which caution the corporates against the full pass-through of the decline in investment due to the decline in profit. Something on which I can elaborate later, but the point is that in the balance sheet, when you have less profit, you have less investment, less capital, or more debt. And if you want to foster capital looking forward, you have to support it through the provision of equity or the reduction of the debt. In terms of sector asymmetry, I go quick because I don't have much time left. Again, we have the same story. On the right-hand chart, we have the deviation from normal time for the two indicators, which are solvency and illiquidity. And you see these four sectors that I was mentioning, which have been more hit, as well as the ones which have been less hit, which are portrayed in green in this chart. And then we move to the country assessment. So the country is a sum of sectors, the corporate ecosystem of the country, each country of the European Union. We can recompile it based on the sectoral decomposition. And you can see that there is a substantial variation in the share of sector across EU economies. This is something that you see on the left-hand chart. When you turn to the sector, counting the sector which have been most hit in the country, you see that Spain, Italy, Croatia, Portugal, and Malta, and then after France and Germany, are much more affected. They have a sectoral exposure which is much stronger, especially for Spain, Italy, and Croatia, than for the rest of the EU countries. So there is a source of asymmetry within the EU economic system. And this is what we portray there. So we compute the risk metric, so the sum of the three risk indicator, and we see how much is expected, the country is expected to recover correlated with the vulnerability indicator. And you see on the right-hand chart that the lower the vulnerability of the indicator, the higher the recovery rate. So the higher you rebound, the stronger you rebound. And some countries are lagging behind. This is especially the case for Spain, Italy, Greece, Malta, and Croatia. So to conclude, owing to the massive policy support, the crisis unfolded very differently from the GFC. But given the magnitude of the shock, scars are likely to materialize in the corporate system. How weakened has become the historical link between GDP and bankruptcy. I didn't speak so much about that, but you know that there has been a fall of bankruptcy, probably linked to moratoria's policy. And the sectoral asymmetries will be contained enough to limit the economy-wide negative spillovers. These are two key questions looking forward. What we can say from a policy perspective is first that reducing policy uncertainty is investment supportive, and it's very important to avoid a cliff effect when removing the policy support. It's very important to communicate on the way out from the policy support. First point. Second point, with asymmetric fiscal capacities across EU member states, there is a risk, substantial risk of an uneven recovery and the reopening of divergences within the EU economies, EU ecosystem. And in this regard, the Next Generation EU and the Recovery Fund is very key to compensate part of this risk. And finally, as I was showing you with the table on equity and cash position, corporate financing need to shift toward equity type of instrument, especially given that investors are likely to shift toward less risk appetite when the risk appetite is being to be needed most. And this is the link with the CMU2, which is very important because it can deploy the capacity of the financial system to support equity for corporates. And with this, I end my presentation, and I give you back the floor, Gianpaolo.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes, 6 minutes, I guess, for questions and answers. If in the lower part of your screen, you have an icon which is question and answers, D and R, domande e risposte, I think it's in Italian. There, anyone can, I think, put a question. I don't see questions so far, so I will, while you think about the questions, I will put a question to Laurent. The Italian government has legislated a tool which is of very sizable quantity, 40 billion euros, to recapitalize firms. This instrument can buy equity in companies, private companies, or debt, or subordinated debt, or convertible bonds. What do you think about instruments like that? And what does your model imply about it?
Okay, so the model, so again, I thank you for your question. I was telling you it's very core to understand the balance sheet of the corporates. If you have less profit, you have less capital accumulation. So if you need to maintain your investment ratio, you need to have to issue more debt. And this is something you may not want to do because of debt overrun problem, because of the rise in the risk premium. So if you want to maintain the same investment ratio, either you have more debt or either you need more equity. So all the policy package which are equity supportive or type of equity supportive, when well designed, should be optimal, should be welcome. Then the devil is in the details, because one of the problems is that you don't want to socialize the losses, which obviously is a potential issue when you move public money into private equity. But at the same time, you also have to contain the spillovers of this possibility of lower investment in one sector affecting demand in another sector and so on, and having a loop of adverse effects. So I think there are some proposals which have been put on the table. I was not aware about the Italian policy. I think Spain has done something similar, but much, much smaller. France has done something similar, much smaller. So it's something which is welcomed, and obviously it would be more efficient at the European level, because then you would internalize the possible adverse effect on competition policy, and you would internalize the capacity to restructure some economic sectors. But again, to conclude, to make it short, I think it's a good policy. I'm not aware about the details of the policy. So there are risks. The risk is that you socialize the losses, but there are benefits. The benefits is that you support the rebound in investment. And then this policy has to be articulated at the European level because of competition policy, which so far has been alleviated because of the crisis, but it will come back, the competition policy. So the capacity of strong sovereign to support their economy has to be symmetric with the not so strong sovereign being unable to support their economy because there are competition policies in Europe. So the level playing field has to be maintained. But it's a very good policy. It's a second best compared to the Capital Markets Union.
Yes, thank you for this answer. Since I do not see new question or people raising hands, I will just add, since we have 1 minute, that yes, of course, there is a European competition policy, state aid, which is very clear. You cannot recapitalize companies that were in crisis before COVID at the end of 2019. And this is the temporary framework. And if you go above the temporary framework, you have to find a private investor that co-invests at least 30%. So there is a control from the European Union about competition policy. But now, okay, we are 1 minute ahead, that's fine. I would give the floor to Audinga Baltronite, who has written a paper with other colleagues, her colleagues of the Bank of Italy. They take a look into the composition of corporate boards, which is a very important issue, and gender composition as well. Okay, Audinga, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gianpaolo. I'm just sharing my screen, so let me see if that works. You should be able to see my slides, right?
Yes, yes.
Just it's a bit slow. Okay, so perfect. Thank you very much, Gianpaolo, for the introduction, and thanks for accepting this paper to this nice seminar. Again, the title of paper is Board Composition and Performance of State-Owned Enterprises, and we'll show some quasi-experimental evidence. And again, the paper is written with two of my colleagues at the Bank of Italy, that is Sauro Mocetti and Giacomo Roma, as well as Mario Cannella, who is at Northwestern University. So the motivation of this paper, again, comes from a rather central question in corporate governance, which is that on the relationship between board composition and firm value, which is naturally of a very central importance. This paper focuses on a rather specific context that is that of state-owned enterprises, which may be which actually have become of a particularly important role, especially in the aftermath of the outburst of a COVID-19 pandemic, where public sector is even considering or doing that actually, that is increasing its participation in private sector. So therefore, I think this paper, although maybe less directly than the previous contribution, might speak to what is coming after the pandemic. So again, state-owned enterprises are quite different than privately owned enterprises, making their corporate governance success a rather challenging issue. So differently than private shareholders, which have their own monetary incentives to monitor firm managers and pursue the highest company performance, taxpayers, who are ultimate owners of state-owned enterprises in the end of the day, may have insufficient incentives to monitor them because they are very much dispersed, reducing this shareholder pressure towards maximization of a corporate value. Second of all, state-owned enterprises oftentimes work in rather specific sectors, which typically are characterized by lower competition level. And since competitive forces have been shown by the previous literature to exert this positive effect in disciplining for management, this again may add to a particularly challenging environment in which state-owned enterprises operate. The third thing which we'd like to mention before jumping into the paper is that, well, although governmental bailouts oftentimes are very useful because they allow companies to survive and actually guarantee the continuation of the services they provide, which may be of strategic importance, this makes it the case that state-owned enterprises oftentimes will face the so-called soft budget constraint problem, again reducing this competitive pressure for them to perform well, because even if they do not run positive profits and are actually and would otherwise fail, they may usually expect the governments to jump in and bail them out. The last point to mention is typically is related to the fact how boards of directors are selected in state-owned enterprises, and it is widely known that the revolving door phenomena is a common one, whereby bureaucrats or former politicians oftentimes occupy important positions with these companies after finishing their careers directly in the public sector. Again, if bureaucrats or politicians then pursue their private interests at the expense of the public benefit, this may add this may add an additional challenge to the operation of SOEs. The third big bullet point here is of a slightly different nature. It relates to the state-owned enterprises performance. So whereas private companies are typically facing one objective, which is maximizing the value to shareholders, state-owned enterprises are quite different because they may pursue multiple goals, in particular, such as providing services to the citizens, for example. And in many cases, one may imagine that their social goals may be prevailing over economic performance. So given this very broad motivation, what we do in this paper, we first assess the effects of two policy changes, which were aimed at improving corporate governance in SOEs. And in particular, one policy was aimed at rebalancing gender composition on corporate boards of SOEs. The second policy reform was targeting the revolving door phenomena and was aimed at reducing it. Therefore, we will directly look at the outcomes affected by these policy reforms, that is, the share of women and the share of former politicians on corporate boards of SOEs. And interesting, we'll be able to also characterize a bit how adjustment happens within these boards once these companies are faced with external restrictions of how their board appointments may happen. In particular, we'll be focusing on talent, which I'll discuss later. How is this measured, and we will characterize how talent or qualifications of incoming new directors or exiting incumbents contribute to the changes in more broadly quality of corporate boards on SOEs. In the second part of the paper, and hopefully there will be time to speak about that, we'll look at the effects of functioning of SOEs. So again, back to the motivation I've just went through, we will not only look at their corporate performance, which has been subject of a vast empirical literature in academia, as well as policy debate. But we'll also try to shed some light on the quality of local public services when it is provided by state-owned enterprises. Just because instead of merely focusing on company profitability, for instance, then these types of companies may actually be concerned with additional objectives as well. So very briefly, in a nutshell, what we do to answer this question is, first of all, combining a number of data sources to construct our database, which will be a panel covering 2008 to 2018 period, which will essentially cover companies in Italy with some stock held by public administration. And we'll have detailed information on their boards of directors and their characteristics, which will be then combined with their performance indicators taken from balance sheet data, as well as survey information, which will provide us some measures of citizen satisfaction with the quality of local public services provided by these state-owned enterprises, as well as a few objective measures based on the hard data of the quality of these services. So the question, the relationship between board composition and firm performance is obviously endogenous, because companies typically choose their directors themselves. In order to circumvent these endogeneity issues, we'll be exploiting the board shakeup resulting from the two policy interventions which happened in 2011. So the first one is due to a rather widely known Golfo Mosca reform, which introduced a gradually increasing gender quota for 3 consecutive board renewals. That is the first law. The second law actually banned executive appointments for former local level politicians. And the two reforms applied to state-owned enterprises, but not to other companies. Therefore, in the sample of companies with some public sector ownership, we will essentially compare state-owned enterprises where public sector has the majority stock share with other companies in which public sector has some stock, but that does not grant them the majority rights. So that will be our control group, to which we we will refer as public minority share of ownership firms, PMSCs. Again, comparing these two groups, we will essentially be using a dynamic difference in differences estimation for the identification, essentially looking at how changes over time in our variables of interest develop differently between treated and control individuals. So a preview of the results, because most likely I won't have time to go into depth in all of these findings, and we'll focus only on a few of them. So first, we find that the reforms were successful in attaining their goals. So on average, the share of female directors in SOEs rose by 4 percentage points over the entire period after the application of a quota. At the same time, the share of former politicians fell throughout that window. We look at other things, such as I already mentioned, talent of board members. And what we find is that it happens to be the case that corporate boards, after this board shakeup resulting from 2 policy changes, board quality increases. We measure board talent by essentially collecting an average of a director fixed effect taken from productivity estimations in a two-way fixed effects model. And although I will not discuss that in depth, you can always think about it as individual fixed effect, which carries all observable and unobservable director characteristics that are conducive to firm favorable performance, and that is portable from one firm to firm. So you could think about it as the director talent, all charisma, education, all other features which we're not able to observe directly, but we will be estimating it in this closed form by their fixed effect. So what we find is that board quality measured by this measure increases. And in particular, that happens because higher ability male and female directors enter, suggesting that these restrictions on board composition actually are inducing higher competition among board appointments within these firms, and they enter at the expense of low ability male directors who are actually substituted by more talented individuals. Interestingly, we do not find very large effects on firm corporate performance measured by their balance sheet data. We do find that profitability improves as well as leverage does in these firms, resulting into lower credit riskiness, which might be signaling a lower default probability for these state-owned enterprises. But very interestingly, we do find quite interesting results on the quality of local public services provided by state-owned enterprises. In particular, we observe that citizen satisfaction is higher in areas and for services in which these services are provided by state-owned enterprises, such as public transportation, waste collection, or utility distribution. And these findings are also confirmed by hard data-based measures, which is rather comforting if we want to make the argument that, well, better board appointments within SOEs actually result in better firm output. So in the interest of time, I will not discuss the literature. I think I should have around 7 minutes or something like this. So I'll quickly go through the two policy reforms which we are analyzing. Which are the Golfo Mosca reform of 2011, which essentially stated that for 3 consecutive renewals, boards of stock-listed companies and SOEs should have a certain quota of women, which was 20% at the first board renewal and was higher at 1/3 for the second and the third board renewal. The second law is the so-called Severino law, which essentially aimed at removing the revolving door and basically interdicted former politicians at a local level from taking executive positions on boards of directors of state-owned enterprises. So again, we'll examine the effect of the combination of these two policy changes, focusing on the distinction between state-owned enterprises to which the two policy changes applied, and these would be companies where the public sector holds at least 50% of the stock, and firms which are similar in some sense because they have some share of public sector participation, but which is not which is below the majority ownership, and that will essentially determine our treated and control individuals. Again, there is a variety of data sources we combine in order to construct our database. I will, again, in the interest of time, skip this, but you can always just drop me a line. I can send you the slides, and they are in the paper if you want to take a look at detailed data. There's a long list of sources, which essentially composes our database consisting of almost 7,000 enterprises, rather equally split between PMSCs and SOEs as our control and treated group. And we have a number of variables here listed in our descriptive statistics. I would only like to point out a couple of things. So first of all, both types of firms are active in most of the sectors. So actually, their involvement in the economy is rather comparable. Well, interestingly enough, the share of women is extremely low on the boards of state-owned enterprises. So it is at 10% in both types of companies, which is significantly below the industry average, even if we consider companies of the same size. That is, again, one of the motivations why this why the Golfo Mosca reform was actually then applied to state SOEs as well. So our empirical strategy is a dynamic difference in differences, where we compare the two groups of companies and in terms of their dependent variables over time, comparing before and after the policy change. In particular, we'll be estimating a number of leads and lags, which will allow us to actually look at the pre-trends and see the dynamic effect of these policy changes, which were gradual in some sense, in particular because of a gender quota, which was increasing over time. I will jump directly into two main results of the paper, and then we'll basically only talk about the effects on the quality of local public services. So again, the effect on gender composition of corporate boards is visible even in the raw data. So again, the red line, you can see the control group, the PMSCs, and the blue line, state-owned enterprises, which were affected by the policies. And although prior to 2011, before the two reforms were passed, two types of companies were very similar in terms of the share of women, and were actually developing over time in a very parallel way.
stato un calo forse? Dovremmo aver risolto.
The problem is solved. People must reconnect. I must tell everybody to reconnect immediately. Reconnect. Quanti secondi abbiamo, Luigi? Possiamo andare oltre? Non ti sento perché hai il microfono spento. Possiamo andare ai tempi? Ecco.
Potete andare avanti perché è tutto ripristinato.
No, lo so, ma possiamo prendere un po' più di tempo?
Sì, prendi 10 minuti in più.
Okay.
Is that we are able to evaluate the total effectiveness of QE. So we are trying to sum up all these effects over time. It's not easy, but we are trying.
Noi sentiamo adesso qualcun altro perché stava parlando una signora, Audinga.
We are trying to construct policy counterfactuals in order to answer the question on what was
Federica, qualcuno dello staff, noi stiamo sentendo qualcun altro, non è la nostra sessione.
Professor Paganetto, potrebbe gentilmente disattivare l'audio?
Ecco, adesso vedo Anna che si è riconnessa, ma
Thank you very much, Marco, for explaining.
Audinga?
Paganetto non andava con l'audio a palla.
Non vedo la nostra speaker.
She just tried. Audinga just wrote that she cannot activate the microphone. The microphone.
Oh Jesus! But I don't see her.
She wrote that in the Q&R.
Oh, okay.
Remember.
Okay.
Okay, now we can see you. Like in a football game, we have 10 minutes at the end that we can recover.
Okay,
so,
perfect. Thank you very much, Anna. I was able to hear but not to speak, so it was funny. Okay, so I'll take maybe 4 or 5 minutes to finish. I'll try to be quick. So this is where we stopped. Can you still see me, right?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, perfect. So again, what I was saying is that essentially the effect of the policy changes on the share of women is visible even in the raw data, which you can see on this figure, where essentially the two types of companies are developing over time in a parallel way. Prior to the adoption of the policies, and then while the control group continues of this slightly upward increasing trend, the share of treated enterprises, that is SOEs, actually faces a much steeper increase in the share of women. We estimate it in a regression framework where we estimate these effects year by year over time with respect to the year of adoption of the policy, controlling for a number of things, including firm fixed effect and regional and sectoral non-parametric time trends. And as you can see, already from the raw data, while there is no evidence of pre-trends validating our difference in difference design, you can see that there is a significant increase in women, in the share of women in state-owned enterprises than compared to companies to which the law did not apply. And we estimate that on average over this 8-year period, the increase of 4 percentage points. Again, the similar pattern in the raw data can also be seen in looking at directors with some past political experience. And
we cannot see your slides.
You cannot see my slides.
No, but we can understand what you're saying anyway.
Okay, so you cannot see my slides still. Okay, that is very strange. Maybe it just dropped. So I'll do it again, the sharing, right? Can you see them now? I'm
yes,
sorry.
we can see it. Estimated effect on the share of former politicians. Yes, okay.
But I cannot make it full screen though. Okay. Okay, now maybe once again. Right. Sorry. So again, this was the figure for the share of women. This is the estimated effect on the share of former politicians, where again, prior to the reform, the two types of companies are developing in a parallel way, while after the policy change, the share of former politicians in state-owned enterprises is going down with respect to the control group in a significant manner. Again, we look at politicians' age, so we find that there is a reduction in age, perhaps because younger women are entering, and typically that is the result found in majority of the gender quotas papers, as well as we find the positive effect on the average talent of boards of directors. And again, since I only have, I believe, 3 minutes, I will directly jump into the slides, which show that essentially these would be the effects on the corporate performance measured in a more standard finance literature way, where we look at firm profitability, firm leverage, and score, which is indicative of credit riskiness of these companies, which seem to improve. That is, there is a lower credit riskiness, and which comes most likely because of higher profitability and lower leverage these firms are facing. But I guess the most innovative result of this paper is that we can look at some measures of the quality of state-owned enterprises output. So in particular, we focus only on those state-owned enterprises that provide some local services. Attached to that data, collapsed at region by region and sector and year, data taken from the National Statistics Office (ISTAT), which essentially measures citizen satisfaction with these local public services, which are provided by state-owned enterprises in these areas. So again, this is a much smaller sample. And you will see that many of these coefficients estimated year by year are not significant. The average before after treated control estimate in a standard differentiative manner is significant and indicative of an improvement in citizens' perceptions of quality of local public services, as well as a principal component extracted from 3 measures based on hard data on the quality of local public services. Again, looking at the time patterns is useful because you can see that prior to the reform, there are no systematic differences between two types of the companies, while after the reform, there is a systematic improvement, although again, year-by-year coefficients are not statistically significant when taken one by one, which essentially leads us to this tentative conclusion that there is higher citizen satisfaction with the local quality of local public services whenever they are provided by state-owned enterprises with more gender balanced governance. So again, I will conclude with this slide so we don't run very late with this session. What we believe to have shown is that state-owned enterprises governance improves backed due to this policy-induced board shakeup, which does not only come at a higher equity, in particular, for instance, in terms of women, but it also does not come at a cost of efficiency, because we've seen that corporate performance, if anything, improves. In particular, it is interesting to see that this particular type of companies, state-owned enterprises, are actually acting in a broader way of areas, and not only in terms of their corporate performance, but meaning quantity or the price for which their outputs are sold, but also the quality of their outputs, which is perhaps what ultimately policymakers should care about. So I will stop here. I don't know if there are questions. Otherwise, this is my email. You can always drop me a line and can send me the slides or the paper if you have questions. That's my contact. So thank you very much.
People who are connected can raise their hands or put questions on the DNR icon. It's DNR is the Italian for Q&R. Okay. I don't see any question at the moment. So I will just.
Gianpaolo,
yes,
I raised my hand.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Audinga, for this very nice presentation. I was wondering, I know this is not a good control group, but still it would be interesting to see what happened in all other companies that are more or less of the same size and are not at all owned by the state, to see whether there is an increase in the share of women and or not, or politician or things like that. Politician probably not, but maybe that would be for the share of women, that could be another counterfactual. So do you have any data on that?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, in some initial phases of the paper, we had looked at possible spillover effects on also purely private companies, which would be operating in a similar sector. So on the one hand, one may expect that there is some positive spillover because they learn or they face this, so let's say, social pressure to increase the share of females. On the other hand, one may be afraid perhaps that public enterprises are poaching women from boards of these private enterprises, and there is this merely the substitution effect. So actually, once we do a similar figure to the one I've showed you for comparing a matched sample of public minority share enterprises, which were not subject to the reform, and these private companies which are not subject to reform either, we see that they are developing in a very similar way. So there is no substitution effect going from PMSCs to SOEs. Yet purely private sector enterprises are also, well, perhaps luckily facing an slow upward trend in the share of women. So it's just hard to say whether this upward trend in general is also affected by just general debate in terms of policymakers, or is just a natural development by which women are slowly entering corporate boards, also where the quotas are not present. I'm going to have one purely policy paper in which essentially we'll look at different types of companies in Italy over the past 11 years. And one can really clearly see that, the time change in the share of women was positive but very mild in companies where there were no quota restrictions imposed, but were substantially higher for companies that were subject to the gender quotas reform, such as stock listed companies or state owned enterprises, suggesting, of course, that, well, policy intervention is effective in increasing the share of women overall and accelerating this change. So yeah, but thank you for the question. Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. I had a similar question, so I can give up. And I see no question from our public. So I think we can go to the next question, but not without thanking Audinga for this very interesting paper and asking her to send us the paper, or we can find it on the website of the Bank of Italy.
Yeah, there is a working paper, but I can always send it. I will reply to the email.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, it's easy
so that
to
you have
find.
it. Yeah.
Bank of Italy, Audinga.
Yeah, exactly. It's like one name, that's for sure.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Audinga. And now it's time for Anne Epoulard. And she has a paper with her colleagues, I think, at Sciences Po University. The title is Will Schumpeter Catch COVID-19, which is a very indicative paper to which I would add, will Philippe Aghion jump out of the Tour Eiffel after this paper? Okay, with this last book on Schumpeter and creative destruction. The floor is yours.
So I'm going to try to share my screen, but
yes,
it doesn't work, so I'm a little bit concerned. Okay, do you see something? Okay, I'm sorry for that. I have to reopen. I don't know what happened. When I was kicked out. Oh,
I see. You simply have to have your thing on your
open, yeah,
on your desktop. Open on your desktop.
Okay, I'm going to open it now.
Okay.
And I'm sorry for that.
You have written too many papers.
I guess so.
Confusion. Okay.
I don't know how to make it full screen now.
I think on the yellow thing, you must have a Mac. So click on the yellow. No, not the yellow. Sorry, the yellow, the green thing.
The green one. Oh yeah, it was
the green one. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm a distant technician.
Okay. So as you said, the title is Will Schumpeter Catch COVID-19? And for those who don't have time to listen to the 15-minute presentation, I can give you the answer so far. No, okay, it doesn't catch COVID-19, even though we have to make sure it doesn't happen. So this is a joint paper with Philippe Martin, as you said, from Sciences Po Paris, and Mathieu Croze from the same university of mine, which is the Paris Dauphine University. Okay, so this is something that we call, I like to start with this first slide, which is the paradox of the bankruptcy rate in France since March 2020. And what you see here is the cumulative number of bankruptcy filings in France over different years. And if you look at the red line, for example, it says that in 2019, after 52 weeks, okay, we had something like almost 40,000 enterprises that filed from bankruptcy in France. But if you look at the black line, or even at the yellow line for 2021 for the yellow one, 2020 for the black line, you see that there was a dramatic reduction in the number of bankruptcy in France. Okay. So it happened in France. Initially, it was like almost minus 40% firms filed for bankruptcy in France. And as I said, as we saw with the last number, it hasn't started to pick up. And the strange thing is that it was not at all what was expected initially. Okay? Initially, it was expected that because of difficulties to have access to liquidity, because there was no lot of company was just closed, there would be a lot of companies that were going to default. So the case in France is not specific, okay? At the beginning of the pandemic, you would see the same kind of number in Germany, in the UK, okay? But now, if you look at Germany or if you look at Italy, it looks as if the number of bankruptcy filing, even though it's smaller than what it was before the pandemic, start to catch up. And this is not happening in France. And I don't think it is happening in the UK either. So in France and in Germany, there was immediately a policy debate that started with this fact. Okay. First of all, it was clear that government policy was responsible for the reduction in bankruptcy filing. There was a lot of liquidity that was channeled to firms. There was some different payments of social and tax charges. There was also some direct transfer to firms, and costs were lower with short-time work measures than part-time work measures. The question, the debate was, did government go too far for too long? And is there a risk of a zombification of the economy, by which you mean that too much government support is allowing bad films or film with low productivity to stay alive, and that could be damaging for the overall labor productivity in the country. So this is the thing, okay. Okay, I'm going to so there was two risks basically for productivity. We were afraid that films with very low productivity will survive, and that will be a zombification. But at the same time, there was another risk, which is the second bullet point, which is that because of lack of financing, there could have been exit of productivity of firms that were highly productive. Because it has been shown, and it's less known, that during recession, the selection into exit is probably less efficient than during normal times. And mainly because firms, even productive ones, have difficult access to finance. So what do we do in this paper? Okay, we are going to use French code data, the one that I used to build the first graph that I show you, to look at what types of firms started to bankruptcy. Okay, and what we saw is that there was no evidence of major distortion in the selection process. In 2020, in 2021, in France, this is still the same type of firm that are exiting the market. They are less productive, they have more debt, and so the risk that very active firms very productive firm will disappear, will exit the market, didn't materialize. Also, we were managed by using some specific data on which I will come back later on, which are credit card receipt from shops. We are going to see that even the government measure helped reduce the impact of specific COVID shock, and the sectors that were more impacted didn't have more bankruptcies. And then in the last section, we are going to look what is in the card and what we can expect in terms of bankruptcy for the coming months. So I will start with some data and some descriptive statistics. Then I will be some empirical results, and then I will go for the scenario.
Let me say something. I would ask everybody to turn off their microphone. Maybe someone has the mic on and there is a sort of little noise.
Okay, I hope it's not me. Okay. Okay, so as I said, we use daily electronic files for official register to know each film that goes bankrupt. We merge it with some data from film, from Siren and FAR. I don't want to go to that too far with that. And we have all the information about the balance sheet and the income statement of the film. And then we restrict, I'm sorry, this is wrong. We restrict to films that have more than one employee and less than 250 employees. And it makes up to more than 1 million films in 2020. So I can start with that. If we look at the distribution of labor productivity of firms that exit the market in 2020, this is the black line, or in 2019, this is the red line, you see that more or less the distribution of labor productivity is the same, and it's on the left-hand side of the labor productivity of firms that do not go bankrupt, which is reassuring. Okay, so one of the fear at the beginning of the pandemic would be that there will be some very good firms that with high labor productivity, around the 200 or much more than 100, that will go bankrupt, That did not happen. I'm sorry, I went. Oops, I'm sorry. Same story if I look at the leverage ratio of companies that are going bankrupt. Okay, in blue you have the debt over asset of companies that stay in the market, and on red and black you have the one that exit the market in 2020 and 2019. And again we have the same conclusion, that there is no major distortion to the process. Now, what I need to do, okay, is that to go beyond this just descriptive statistic to see that what we see, what seems to happen here is actually something real, okay? And for that, we are going to turn to a logist estimation by which we try to predict the probability of a firm to go bankrupt. And basically what we use, or this is the kind of model we want to estimate, and we use to measure the probability of exiting the market of going bankrupt at time t. We use the income statement of the and the balance sheet of the firms at times t-2. We have and we use labor productivity, bank, supplier, and other debts, the size of the firm, the age of the firm, and of course we have a sectoral fixed effect. When we plug all that, okay, we see two things. These are the results, okay, they are not that interesting. What is interesting is the last two columns, okay. You see that from 2019 to 2020, the coefficient, okay, of all these predicted variables of going bankrupt didn't budge, didn't change much. This is more or less the same thing. The only thing that changed big time was the constant. Otherwise, a firm that is not the coefficient are exactly the same, okay? Which means that for us, we conclude that there is no distortion in the exit process of firms in France in 2020 compared to 2019 or the years before, because as you see, these coefficients are very stable over time. Okay. So the main results that we can have from that is that there was no drastic change in 2020 in the determinants of bankruptcy. And the main explanatory variables are labor productivity, firm debt, size, and age doesn't predict much, as we will see later. Next, we want to look at the way the COVID shock has impacted the bankruptcy of firms. And we were able to look at to have some indication about the turnover of a lot of firms, okay, that are dealing with the public, okay, not firms that are doing business-to-business operation, but more or less, but firms that are working with household, that are selling stuff to household, which means that the receipt in credit card are very informative for these firms about the level of turnover sales that they had. And so we are going to use this data. We are going to construct a shock at a very low level, at a very granular level for sectors. And we are going to look at whether this COVID shock explain or not the failure of firm, okay, bankruptcy of firms. So we have the data from a Groupement Carte Bancaire, okay. We focus on define a retail sector very large because we take travel agency, bakeries, funeral parlor, tobacco shops, and things like that, okay. And we can, using this receipts with credit card receipt, we can measure that the shock has been very different from one sector to another. For example, travel agencies lost almost 61% of their credit card receipt in 2020 compared to 2019. Tobacco shops, bakeries, and funerals, on the opposite, benefited from that shock because they were able to sell more, or at least they were paid more by credit cards. Okay, and so for this large retail sector, for which we have in 2020 we have more than almost 400,000 firms. Okay, we look at we repeat the same logit estimation as I showed you before. Okay, we do it in 2019, 2020. We see that coefficients are almost the same, so the model is very stable over time. And in the last column, we add this COVID shock. So the higher the COVID shock, the biggest loss in turnover you had. And what we see is that this shock, this is the last column, this is the first row of the last column, does explain the probability of a failure for a firm. Okay, and it is very significant. It is significant at the 1%. Okay, so in a sense, you could say, well, government measure didn't go as far as to completely compensate for the shock that firms went through. Okay. However, okay, I'm going to pad this one. When we see the explanatory power of this sectoral shock, you see that this is still labor productivity, supplier debt, bank debt, the size of the firm that matter much to predict bankruptcy of the firm, and the credit card shock does not help much. So our conclusion is that even though policy measure didn't fully compensate firms, isolated firms from the shock they had, okay, it compensates a lot. Okay, so of course, firms in sectors with that lost a lot of receipts were more prone to go bankrupt, but not by much compared to other usual explanatory variables of going bankrupt. Okay. I see that I've been talking for 16 minutes, so I'm going to go fast. From that, we are trying to look by using this model and knowing what are the prospects for economic growth, and by knowing how much debt these firms took. Okay, we are going to see what are the prospects for the expected rise in firm failures in 2020. So basically, we say that three things are going to happen. There will be catch up on missing bankruptcy in 2020. Obviously, there are firms that in a normal year would have gone bankrupt and they didn't go bankrupt. So obviously, this firm, they are not going to recover. So probably they are going to show up in commercial courts soon enough. And we hope they will do that, because otherwise it will mean that we are creating zombies. But at the same time, there will be two additional forces. The first one would be probably there will be some reduced productivity in 2020, 2021, and that will bring some firms to bankruptcy. And also, a lot of firms took additional debt from banks to survive the pandemic. So even though that debt was guaranteed by the state, still it has to be repaid. Okay, so we design scenarios, 3 scenarios. Some firms are going to be very little affected. Others are going to be they would have some additional debt and less productivity. but most affected companies will have a big drop in their labor productivity and a huge increase in debt ratio. And from that, we're going to look at what happens, okay? And we see that the two shocks are going to have an impact on bankruptcy, okay? And taken together, for the most affected sector, we can compute that there will be 22% more bankruptcy compared to a normal year. And it's going to be less than 2% for in the low affected sectors. It looks big, okay, but it's not that big, okay. If I turn to another way of presenting this result, okay, in the low, I mean, bankruptcy rate was 1.2% in 2019. It was only 0.7% in 2020, okay. And we predict that for in the sectors that are not much affected, it will go up to 1.7%. Most of this increase from 1.2 to 1.7 would come from the catching up firms that didn't go bankrupt in 2020 as they should have done in a normal year. Okay, this bankruptcy are going to show up in courts, we expect, at one given moment. But the shock itself, the increase in debt and the reduction in productivity are not going to generate so many bankruptcies. Okay, of course, our exercise, this exercise has limits. Okay, we don't have enough precision on the COVID shock. We are working in partial equilibrium, so we ignore contagion on business failure. Okay, and there is some homogeneity issue as well, because in normal times, a lot of debt mean that probably the firm is facing difficulties. But in the case of COVID, you just take debt for different reasons, and not because you were fundamentally in a bad state. Okay, there will be some policy challenges. Okay, the main one is probably an issue with the political economy. When everything is going to reopen, all this catch up in the number of bankruptcy are going to look a big numbers to the public, and people are going to start complaining that too many companies are going bankrupt. Okay, even though we consider it would be the normal path. Okay, there might be some political pressure to reduce or to help these firms. Okay. That's the first difficulty. The second difficulty we are facing now is to decide how to phase out support measures. Which sector are we going to start with? Which support measure are we going to end first? And then there would be some other less pregnant, important question, like how to deal with the potential overcrowding of commercial courts. And this is it. This is it. So to answer the question of the paper, Schumpeter has not yet catch COVID. Okay, the selection process has been in partial hibernation. It has not been distorted. Okay, there is some policy challenge ahead. Okay, and we have to be ready to do case by case debt restructuring for companies, at least big ones. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you for this very interesting paper.
Thank you very much. I couldn't raise my hand, but I think I could have a question if there is time. Is there time?
Yes.
Yes,
go ahead.
Yeah, so I have like two questions. So one is related to actually to the first part of your talk, and like this conclusion that selection process is not distorted. So essentially it's interesting to see that companies that failed in 2019 and 2020 are similar in terms of their like productivity or like other variables in the distributions you showed. So that's like an optimistic conclusion. But on the other hand, we saw that a number number of failures was extremely lower in France in 2020 and 21 in France, and the same is actually true in Italy. It was not such a drastic reduction, but that's of the order of like 1/3, I think, in Italy. So I wonder, it kind of seems that, you know, firms that exit are similar to the ones that used to exit, but a large amount of firms which would otherwise would have exited are still active in the economy and employing resources, which on the one hand is perhaps good because labor is not shed, but on the other hand, they are, you know, kind of, you know, retaining resources within themselves. And in particular, I think it's kind of, I think, you know, so that's why I wonder, you know, how the bankruptcy, how can you reconcile the two? And especially, I was looking at the coefficients of your table. I don't remember the first table you showed, where essentially the coefficient for 2020 and 921 are, for instance, on labor productivity, were still in size higher. I'm sorry. Yeah, here it is. So as you can see, like in size lower than it used to be. So that kind of tells that there is a little bit of distortion. So I wonder if you can, you know, like characterize that a little bit. The second question is, again, maybe similar. It is, so again, from the next table, you're concluding that, you know, the COVID shock was not fully compensated by governmental policies. But at the same time, we know that there were significantly fewer bankruptcies. So that would look as an overcompensation effect, which we know is not true because of your show. So I wonder whether that signals that bankruptcy process, the relationship between corporate fundamentals and going out of the market bankrupt or in other ways has substantially changed, and whether you can somehow, you know, incorporate that in the analysis. Sorry, that was maybe a bit long, so feel free to answer whatever you feel like.
Can I don't see questions on the chat line, so I would join Odinga in asking you if you have any. Okay, Schumpeter is being hibernated, and we don't know whether he will survive in 21. That depends on political developments and so on. But no new firms have popped up in 2020, or very few, I suppose, at least in Italy, and I think the same is true in France. So there has been less destruction and probably no creation. So Schumpeter is really stumbling, it seems to me. This is just a continuation of Aldinga's question.
I think that there is a question also by Laurent Morin. Maybe you can ask the question and I will answer the four questions.
Okay. I didn't see it. Okay, Laurent.
Yeah, thanks a lot for letting me the opportunity to ask a question. So thanks for your work. I have a question about whether you tried to replicate in sample with your models what happened following the great financial crisis. Whether your model is able to replicate in sample what has happened following 2008, 2009, the Lehman bankruptcy. Whether you can explain the large part of the rise in bankruptcies that we have seen at this occasion. Did you conduct such exercise? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe I can answer. So the two is first to Laurent. Unfortunately, we don't have all the information to be able to replicate what happened in 2008 and 2009 and 10. Okay, unfortunately, because we don't have all the data that we need to have. There was a change in the data by INSEE. So the way the balance sheet is calculated is different. So we don't have exactly the same information. So unfortunately, we cannot do that. And on the top of that, the information we have about bankruptcies start only in 2008, 2009. So we don't have, information is not so good during the crisis period, unfortunately. And it's definitely not the same as the one we have access now. So we cannot replicate our thing. This is something we wanted to do, but we were not able to do that. As regard the creation of new films, there was a lot of creation of new films in France in 2020, 2021. Mm-hmm. So first of all, there was new very small firms, people that deliver Uber, things like that, Uber Eats, a lot of the personal firms that were created. But there was also bigger firms that were created during the pandemic, and it continues now. So on the creation side, we don't see anything that will show that there was some that the creation destruction process was not at work, at least on the creation side in France. Now, for the two questions by I forgot your name.
Audinga.
We conduct a set of tests to measure whether the coefficient were low, were really different from one year to another by estimating our model on this panel data, on the all information we had. And the main conclusion we had is that it didn't change. They are more or less similar. Okay, so this is why we are confident that the exit process has not been completely broken during the crisis. Yet, from the two graph I showed you initially, what we would have expected is that, for example, for this one, because there was fewer companies that were exiting, we would have expected that to have less on that side, okay, and more on that side, okay. So this is what we expected. We don't see that. So the process is not completely broken, but we would have expected that only the worst firms would exit, and this is not what happened. Some not so bad one did exit, and it is very surprising in a situation where so few companies are exiting. And for the last question, I'm not sure your second question, Outinga, I'm not sure I understood, I got it. So you were not convinced by what I showed about the fact that the government measure protected companies from exiting the market.
Yeah. So if I'm not wrong, the loss, the COVID shock, which is basically proxying for the lost sales, is positive and significant, suggesting that, no matter how much government was supporting companies, they still face a higher probability of exit if they were hardly hit by the shock.
That's true. Yeah.
And at the same time, what we know actually that on average there were fewer exits. So it's somehow companies are being hit by a negative shock, which should translate into some negative outcomes. But at the same time, we know that company exit is suppressed. So I'm just wondering how to reconcile the two findings. And one possible answer is that the relationship between company balance sheet data and bankruptcy is changed now. So perhaps I don't know, moratoria policies are no longer in place in Italy. I don't know how it is in France, but maybe they have now, let's say, kind of slacker conditions in which they have to file for bankruptcy and so on and so forth. So maybe that's one explanation, but that's more of an open question for discussion. Okay. So
we are spending a lot of time gathering data on bankruptcy, looking at which companies are failing in real time to be able to find out whether something needs to be done on the policy side. For now, we are quite confident that with all the cash, all the liquidity that was sent to firm, that there won't be a wall of bankruptcy showing up in the next months. There would be more, but not that many.
Okay. Thank you, Anne, for these answers. Now the organization is telling us that the next session is going to start on this channel. So we have to say goodbye to each other. I thank you all for your presentations, and I will read your papers Anne, Audinga, and Laurent with great interest. And thank you for Luigi for having organized this session as well as all the rest of the Mondragone conference. Thank you, Luigi.
Thank you very much.
You are muted, Luigi.
Thank you,
Gianpaolo, and to the speaker. I know that some problems arose before, but they have been solved. So the important is to solve the problem, to face the problem and go ahead. Also for this small problem as linked to the internet, to the major problem we discussed. Okay, thanks a lot, Gianpaolo, all the speakers, for the interesting paper and the interesting discussion. Okay, I hope the next year we'll see in Villa Mondragone in present, so that's a bit better.
Okay, see you all on this channel or in reality next year. Follow us.
Okay.
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 Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Grazie. Arrivederci.
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 Okay, so just a few minutes and we can start with the next session. I would ask speaker to introduce themselves, as I can rename their videos, please.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon actually there. My name is Samuele Rosa, IMF.
Thank you.
The other speaker, please.
Good morning, my name is Giovanni Melina from the IMF as well.
Good morning, or good afternoon. This is Edward Jumail from the IMF as well.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Jose Fijon from the IMF as well.
Okay.
Just get this.
Okay, Federica, we are ready, if it's fine with you.
Yeah, you can start.
I can start. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuele Rosa. I'm a senior economist at the International Monetary Fund, currently working in the African department. Do you hear me? Can you hear me well? Yes?
Yes.
Good. So, I'm very, very pleased. Thank you. I'm very, very pleased for the invitation at Villa Mondragone. I wanted to thank the Italian ED's office for facilitating this opportunity, and Professor Paganetto and the team organizing the event for helping us in the way approaching this this important event. First of all, very
excuse me, Samuele, Samuele.
Yes.
Let me say only a few words. I'm very happy to have this session dedicated to the Africa problems, because the conference is trying to look at the economic policy of Europe in a multilateral world. Africa and Mediterranean is one of the main point of reference of this policy. So I thank you very much, you and IMF for being here with a session on the challenge of sustainable development in Africa. That's quite important in my view and the general framework of the conference. So I take the floor now and go ahead. I thank you again, each speaker.
Thank you, Professor Paganetto. It's a pleasure for us to be here. Just a disclaimer, as we try to brainstorm a very important and policy issue, the analysis and policy consideration that we are going to express in this set of presentations are those of the IMF staff. They don't necessarily represent the views of the
I'm sorry, we can't hear you well.
Can you hear me now?
When you say, can you hear me, then we can hear you, but you're really breaking up otherwise.
Okay. Can you hear me? I'll try to talk. Or can you give me 1 minute then? Let me try to connect to my cell phone.
Now it seems okay.
No, it's okay. Okay. So, okay. In this presentation, what we want to do is to offer a landscape of the analytical and policy work at the fund with particular reference to low-income countries. We wanted to show how this work has been impacted by COVID crisis and the types of responses that our institution has put together to cope with this crisis. We are seeing a longer-lasting impact of COVID. And in some cases in Africa, just recently, we see signs of a resurgence in the pandemic after a second wave had abated somewhat. This is to say that this should be here to stay for time in terms of policy priority, as our institution and the multilateral community more in general are grappling with the challenge to bring about more equitable and inclusive growth in low-income countries. And that was, of course, a priority even before COVID hit. It made it just more relevant. So against this background, our panelists will offer a very interesting insight of our work in this area. We will first provide an assessment of Africa's dependency on commodity and what are the prospects of the benefit from expected demand for key inputs, mineral and metal, to support the energy transition to a more sustainable and green future in this area. But the energy transition to a greener future is just one, although very important, of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So in the second presentation, we will tackle the issue of SDGs more holistically, presenting a framework to assess the financing of development strategies and the Sustainable Development Goals in particular. Importantly, this presentation will provide insight on this question: what has been and is likely to be in the future the impact of COVID in terms of the path to reach the SDGs? While increased participation of private sector and capital will be key, the daunting needs to meet the SDGs will require large international support and targeted fiscal policies to set the low-income countries to a path of sustainable inclusive growth. The third presentation will tackle this issue. What is the balance between spending more and spending better? And what will be the lasting impact to growth and debt dynamics in low-income countries? It will do so by applying a properly recalibrated dynamic stochastic general equilibrium model to account for the impact of the COVID-19. Finally, we will zoom into specific support response by the IMF in COVID times, which shows really the exceptional work done to provide the concessional financing in short time and under very light conditionality. But the last presentation will also look beyond COVID and offer a premiere on the work done by staff in partnership with other institutions, including the World Bank, to help unlock the source of endogenous growth through the use of new technologies and better governance of public funds. We will keep our presentation within 20 minutes. The first presentation would have been done by Mr. Nick Valks, senior economist at the research department, but he was unable to provide this pre-recorded presentation. So I will try to guide you through his presentation, and then we will move to the next presentations. You are free to, of course, write your questions on the chat, and we'll probably take those questions at the end of each presentation and also at the end of the full set. Okay, I understand that you can hear me, right? So I will then move to the first presentation. Okay, very good. Thank you so much. So this presentation looks at what we already saw before COVID in terms of one important source of possible growth in Africa. So the way Africa's vocation as a commodity exporter can link Africa to the energy transition, and how these resources can help support the effort to more sustainable and inclusive growth. So the key points of this presentation is that as a whole, African countries, sub-Saharan Africa, is not a giant in terms of export base, but still some countries and South are very important. We have a tale of two stories from with a strong export base linked to the energy transition will benefit from these dynamics. But for countries with small commodity bases, it is important for the economies to diversify, so to be less vulnerable to sector-specific shocks and increase the production. Countries with large commodity base will see a huge demand for energy transition, which will boost their export. It will be then an issue to see how they properly use this resource to support inclusive growth in their own country. The bottom line is that growth in energy transition metal demand will highlight the geopolitical importance of some exporters and producers, and also of the specific trade and investment links that associates them with the outside the global economy. This will be kind of the key point. And I should say, COVID has made those links and the importance of leveraging on this opportunity even more important. First of all, in absolute numbers, the share of global production of Africa is not huge compared to other continents and parts of the global economy, but it's actually quite important in terms of metals. And among metals are those metals that, as we see in a minute, are key to the energy transition. Africa is also relatively important in fossil fuels, and some of the recent discovery are in this area. And the question is how much of this will lay the base for a sustained growth given the transition that we are seeing. You see there the importance of Africa in metals like gold, but also aluminium and copper. It is the metal export base that has increased mostly over the last almost 20 years compared to agricultural and energy. And again, these metals are in part and increasingly so related to the energy transition. We will see later. So now, the tale of the story, we can kind of broadly classify countries according to very focused export base, production export base, and diversified export base, production export base. The very focused export base, we will have on the left countries like Ethiopia, which are focused mostly on agriculture, and that's one set of story. And then you have countries like Republic of Congo Republic, which is very concentrated in commodities, which relates to the petroleum oils and crude. And of course, then the question is there, how those countries can diversify in a sense, a way complementing their economic base with other sources of growth as this global trend unveils. Then you have other countries which are more diversified, some of which, like Uganda, also in area like tourism and agricultural commodities. And finally, you have the example of South Africa, which is diversified, but with an important part of commodities, including the metals. So this, in a way, on the right and on the right bottom, you have the greater opportunity because economies are diversified. At the same time, there will be an increased boost because of the link of metal to the energy transition. So export diversification and structural transformation. Few facts. We all know that export diversification is associated with higher growth, and obviously with also lower growth volatility, because the export base is more diversified, so is less prone to one shock affecting the whole economy. The data, there are different ways to represent this. Here we look at the RCA indicator, which is the relative comparative advantage score, which shows whether the country's product share in the country's export portfolio is greater than its share in the total world export. But the story is more export diversification, higher growth, and a growth which is also less volatile. This is probably unchallenged and supported evidence. Now, export diversification is where, when you go to Africa, it's an issue. Africa is less diversified than most of the other regions in the world. You see in this sort of heat map, lower diversification is marked by colors of orange and red, especially. And these are the color that dominates in Africa. And you can see that especially some of the less diversified economies are also those which are more dependent on oil exports, northern part of Africa, but also sub-Saharan Africa. And it's not just about export diversification; it's also about the quality. So the value added embedded in the export. Again, on the right chart, you'll see with red and orange, export quality is of lower level than the green and the light green and the dark green. And again, Africa is largely showing a lower export quality. Is mostly because raw commodities and material are exported or manufacturing of low added value. That's not always the case. There is also some good stories. There are situations where some countries, especially in East Africa, saw their economic complexity index which is again an index that embeds the complexity of the product and the know-how which is needed to build them, increase over time, including Tanzania, Uganda, and Ethiopia. So that's a good story that we see in some of the country, and the economic complexity index has been shown to be a good leading indicator for future growth. As you see on the left side, exactly some of those countries in Africa in the purple column, which we saw before, increasing their economic complexity index, are predicted to have high growth in the years up to 2027, and that kind of mirrors, although of course on a lower scale, what we see in some of the Asian off-taker, huge one and smaller one, which is the green column. So we see that the likes of Uganda and Kenya could see the growth increasing by 7% and 4%, and this kind of a little bit mirrors what we see in the Asian off-takers. And the message is that this is related to the economic complexity index, so the quality of their export base and the process embedded in their value creation. So that is an important part. So a few words of so therefore which industry to diversify into and how. It's no mystery. They should diversify in what they're relatively good at. But it's a kind of it's an evolutionary process whereby companies, businesses, industries should look at their latent comparative advantage by slowly building up knowledge in terms of logistic, the path to scaling up, and then branching out based on a core of current competitive sector. And this will, this also will call over to core. So it's kind of a spatial economy or kind of a gravitational model of growth that looks at the relatedness to infer diversification potential. And then based on that, countries should seek to upgrade the quality of existing exported basket, and then kind of gradually introduce higher value-added products. There is no one fits it all disclaimer. This applies to many of this research. Quickly on energy transition. So the idea is, again, the energy transition is there to stay. We are seeing already important movements, and we know the policy commitment are strong. To curb global warming, the world must adopt renewable energy, and this increases dramatically the demand for metals, and also a scenario if we were to zero the emission by 2050, this is extreme scenario. We will have a sharp increase in renewables, I think 7-fold compared to now, and a drop, of course, commensurate drop in natural gas, oil, and coal. On the left side of the slide, what that means is that there will be a sharp increase in demand for metals and metalloids, actually, some of them to support this energy transition. In terms of lowering the carbon production and increasing hydropower, you see on the lower left of the right chart, that this will increase the demand for copper immensely, and both on the NGE is an extreme scenario. Of course, we probably also need to consider the SDS scenario where you have targets compatible with Sustainable Development Goals with some emission which are still not jeopardizing those goals. So that's the way to see those three scenarios. And 2020 is where we are today. But it's very remarkable the impact of moving to electric vehicles and supporting the grid storage on both scenarios, SDS and net zero emission. You will see a huge increase in graphite, in nickel, which is very important, and cobalt, nickel, especially for the new batteries, and of course in copper. And then on the left of the right chart, you see what that means in terms of electricity industry and distribution. Either way, this will increase sizably the demand for copper, and this is where probably Africa will have great demand for supporting such a move, because the grid is one of the weak points of that. So this in terms of commodities. In terms of sector, you will see that the sector that will show a higher growth, and I'm looking at the left chart, by 2040 is the sector related to electric vehicles and battery storage and electricity network, the likes. Both the increase will be very big, 4 or 6-fold times. And this will imply on the right hand of the chart a huge increase in the demand for selected minerals. And this will also hint to the geopolitical aspect of that, because the countries where those ores and those minerals are available will have a very important role to play, and can be the focus of important investment. Lithium, as we know, the batteries are there. This is where the biggest efficiency in the storage of electricity is available. Graphite, which is a non-metal, as you know, that have electric properties of transmitting energy very efficiently. So cobalt for the battery, nickel, and then there are earths. Is some of that already took place with the CPU revolution, but still there to come going forward. And so this is where you will see the biggest demand going forward for supporting this energy transition. Now, on the contrary, this matches the slides number 3. We will see a reduced supply of oil and gas. Now, this is the extreme scenario again. We will move from about 100 million barrels per day, which we would see in the peak years just before the crisis, to basically about 20 million barrels per day. And in terms of the distribution or the location of this residual production, this will be more than 50% in the OPEC countries. So it's set to kind of reverse a little bit the diversification between OPEC and non-OPEC. Some of the same, and I'm looking at the right chart, will happen in the gas sector. Although the gas has technologies which allows it to be cleaner, so there will be some more left under this scenario. But still, you see that the huge production of peak of production of gas that we saw, between in 2015 to 2017 is set to decline sharply by 2050 by more than a third. So I'm not going through this flow chart, which is just to show that when it comes to Africa, and we link what we just learned on these commodities, Africa is mostly predominantly exporting to Asia. So the fortune and the importance of Asia in driving this process at this point, given the structure of trade, will also affect Africa. This is not a surprise. And then in terms of some of the important dominant producer. We said before in the first slide that Africa is not such a huge producer on global scale, but some countries have a really have an edge on some of the important metals like cobalt, DRC, graphite, Mozambique, and platinum used for marmita catalytica, so for reducing emission in many ways, also in industry, and Zimbabwe. So those countries are also big player on a global scale. So we will have to watch closely what happens there. And now, if it goes without saying that this transition continues, this will push up the price for these commodities, as we already saw, even through the crisis. There was a sharp pickup later in the 2020, 2021, and this will continue as expectation for faster energy transition materializes, and then there is infrastructure spending also related to the conversion to this new energy production and the investment needed to extract and export those commodities. So now this is an opportunity for Africa, but there will be substantial investment needed in infrastructure under the net zero scenario, but also on the SDS scenario. And one is to be careful about possible bottlenecks, because this can either spiral up prices or lead to a price super cycle. And on the third red section, we consider that this might push investment, but also can also lead to the development of alternative technologies and savings, as we've seen also in the oil sector. And so producer countries should prepare ahead of time, invest and develop infrastructure. Importantly, set up revenue sharing rules and wealth funds. And this leads me to the last point. The fiscal framework needs to be transparent, and there is the need for other structural policies which are key to unlock positive impact on production, export, GDP, and employment. We will look at that issue. Spending better is almost as important as spending more to achieve the SDGs, both in the presentation that followed this one and in the presentation of Mr. Melina. So thank you so much for this. I really tried to do my presentation based on my colleagues' slides, and I am now asking the other IMF colleagues to introduce themselves and their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuele. And let me immediately jump to the next one, just to keep things moving. Can you all see my slides?
Yes, okay. Yes, we can see, Dora.
Okay, thank you very much. So Eddie and I are going to talk about our recent paper. That's a paper that was prepared by the IMF Fiscal Affairs and African Department on the post-pandemic assessment of the Sustainable Development Goals. And let me start by thanking the organizers for the invitation, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. So I will start off, and then I will hand over to Eddie around the middle of the presentation. So in our paper, we assess the current state of play on funding the Sustainable Development Goals in 5 key sectors, which are the education, health, road, electricity, and water and sanitation. And to do this, we use a newly developed dynamic macroeconomic framework and apply it to a couple of case studies. As you all know, meeting the Sustainable Development Goals requires extraordinary efforts from all stakeholders, and especially so in the post-pandemic environment, even more than before. So in the paper, we go to the resource needs, incorporating the impact of the pandemic, and we also look at policy options to meet these needs. This paper that we produced focuses on whether and how the SDGs can be achieved under different policy scenarios and financing options, including domestic revenue mobilization, private sector funding, and support from the international community. So let me first say a few words about the context for this whole study that we have done. Again, as you all know, the SDGs represent really important benchmarks for human development. They actually encompass broad areas of both human capital and physical capital, with an emphasis on sustainability and inclusiveness. Actually, advances have been made under the SDG development agenda in the last couple of years, in the last couple of decades, but further progress really remains paramount. Poverty remains widespread, and many low-income and developing countries are lagging progress on the SDGs, as you can see on the left-hand charts. Even on pre-COVID pandemic trends, the world was not really on track to meet the SDGs by 2030, as it was set out in 2015. And then the pandemic struck, and as you all know, it was sickening people around the world and killing many millions as well. So the COVID-19 pandemic hit the development agenda hard and plunged the world into a deep recession, as you can see on the left-hand side. A renewed commitment to pro-SDG public policies will be critical to avoid a permanent setback going forward. The IMF and other donors really stepped up, greatly increasing lending to low-income countries. But the needs, the spending needs, were far larger than even the stepped-up financing. So let me now move on to what we actually do in the paper and the background analysis. So we at the IMF developed a novel long-term macroeconomic framework to assess the development financing strategies. This, in our knowledge, is the first existing framework that allows country teams and policymakers to develop coherent and consistent development strategies. The framework allows the simulation of various development paths that are consistent with domestic policies to increase available public and private funding for development. And it also allows alternative scenarios for donor contributions. The focus of this model is on the 5 SDG sectors, which are the education, health, roads, electricity, and water and sanitation. And so these are the SDG sectors for which a previous costing exercise has been carried out. That paper and analysis was published in 2019 by Gaspar and others. These sectors, these 5 sectors, are really the key ones for development, and they represent a large share of government outlays. The framework can be used to develop realistic development strategies and assess the long-term impact of shocks. It fits well within the discussion of the integrated national financing frameworks that was also developed by the UN. The framework, it's a consistent macroeconomic framework that focuses on the real economy and the fiscal sector in particular. It is fully dynamic and it has a long time horizon. In our example, the framework goes until 2050. So the key relationship in the macroeconomic framework are between investment in human capital and infrastructure and economic growth. So let me now say a few words about how we used this model in the analysis and what did we find as a result of the analysis. First, the global coronavirus pandemic and the ensuing economic crisis had a severe adverse effect on the economy, as you all know. Globally, about 100 million people are estimated to have been pushed into extreme poverty just in 2020 alone. Government support has really saved lives and livelihoods, but governments are really having a hard time paying for this support. So as the spendings have increased in many countries, revenues were also collapsing. And even though most LIDCs received rapid support, including from the IMF and from the World Bank, the needs, their spending needs, were far greater than the support. So as the impact of the crisis, government deficits and debts are really massive in the coming period. So the lockdowns, they hit particularly hard the service and education sectors. And as a result, they affected women, low-skilled employees, and younger cohorts disproportionately. The World Bank estimated that globally more than 90% of students had their education disrupted, which is really costly, but also the impact will be very long-lasting. By disproportionately hurting these vulnerable groups, women, low-skilled, and low-income households, the crisis is also exacerbating inequalities. For example, in the IMF wheel, we estimated that the average Gini coefficient would increase by 2.6 percentage point for emerging markets and developing economies following the pandemic, which essentially means that improvements in equity since 2008 would be wiped out completely. Now, in the paper and in the analysis, we illustrate the impact of the pandemic on the development agenda through case studies that I mentioned. So we use 4 case studies that are Rwanda, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Cambodia. And each of these countries can be seen as representing a group of countries with specific characteristics. So they are all different along some dimensions. All of these countries have made some progress on development over the last decades, but to a varying degree. The progress in Rwanda and Cambodia has been more than in Nigeria and Pakistan, for example. And the first 2 countries are also doing relatively better on the 5 SDG sectors that we focus on in the analysis. Nevertheless, all 4 countries were severely affected by the COVID crisis, and all 4 of them were pushed into recession as a result. So in addition to the funding needs to meet the SDGs, the additional funding needs to meet the SDGs were substantial even before the pandemic. In these 4 case studies countries, you see the average on the left-hand side. So the pre-COVID financing gap in the average of these four countries was almost 12% of GDP every single year to be able to meet the SDGs by 2030. But the crisis further increased this financing need. So the additional annual financing need as a result of the pandemic is 2.5 percentage point of GDP more on average in our 4 countries. This is mainly coming from lower tax revenues and higher interest expense as a result of the crisis. Now, we did the calculation for the 4 countries, but if we extrapolate to all low-income developing countries, this additional financing need would imply additional needs of about $60 billion for all the LIDCs per year to meet the SDGs. So this is our baseline case. Without these additional resources to offset the cost of the pandemic, the SDGs would be significantly delayed. For example, for Cambodia by 1 year, but for Rwanda, Pakistan, and Nigeria by about 5 to 6 years than before the pandemic. We also look at the possible effects of a permanent economic scarring, which would be even more damaging. That is not our baseline, that is more like a what-if scenario in the analysis. So in this what-if scenario, we calibrate the growth impact in the downside scenario so that the long-term growth returns to only 75% of its pre-pandemic potential. On average, such an economic scarring would add an additional 1.7% of GDP to the country's financing needs. And of course, it would have even more pronounced effects in the long run. Now, against this background, let me hand over to Eddie, who is going to talk about the potential policies that can help countries advance the development agenda.
Thank you, Dora, and good afternoon, everybody again. So, given the context and the challenges just presented by Dora, the question is how can we improve the odds for these countries? Clearly, it will not be an easy ride, particularly in the current difficult juncture. Most countries face an enormous challenge regarding the SDGs, and government policies have a crucial role to play in advancing the development agenda. And so we see basically 3 broad areas. 1 is structural reform, 2 is domestic revenue mobilization, and 3, the attracting private investment. So let me go one by one. Structural reform, how to generate inclusive growth, which can accelerate development path, basically. That's the big question. And over the long term, growth is perhaps the most important source for development funding. Gaspar and others in 2019 estimate, and you can see this on the right-hand side chart, that doubling projected the GDP per capita in 2030 would reduce the additional spending needs by some 4.5 percentage points. But for that to happen, governments would need to focus on three big areas. A, structural reforms, particularly efforts to enhance macroeconomic stability, institutional quality, transparency, and governance, which are associated with stronger medium-term economic growth. B is improving the financial system, basically doing financial system reforms and financial inclusion, which can likewise boost inclusive growth by strengthening the allocation of capital in the economy. And lastly, C, promoting digitalization, green technologies, and trade, which could further improve economic prospects while enhancing resilience. Taken all together, stronger growth will generate more resources that can be spent on financing the SDGs. So that was the first bucket, the structural reform. The second one, which is domestic revenue mobilization. After the crisis has subsided, and improvements in efficiency and governance can also help to finance development. And I will elaborate in the subsequent slide on this issue. And the third bucket, which is the governments can also implement policies to strengthen the institutions and improve the business climate in order to enable and catalyze private investment. I think these are the three main buckets, but as we will see later, still even under the medium term, over the medium term for many countries, the SDG needs will exceed the potential domestic, public, and private resources, pointing basically to the vital role that the international community can play in advancing the development. I will focus more on this in the subsequent slide. You can move, Dora, to the next slide, please.
Sorry, I'm trying, but for some reason I'm not able to do.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks,
Dora. Sorry.
So I mentioned I focused on the previous slide. I mentioned the three broad areas, and I discussed in depth the structural reforms. In terms of the domestic revenue mobilization, and that's the second area which needs to be strengthened. So domestic revenue mobilization after the crisis has subsided, and improvements in efficiency and governance can certainly also help to finance development. Many low-income developing countries and emerging economies, even prior to the pandemics, not necessarily after the pandemics, have relatively low level of tax revenues, as we can see on the left-hand side chart. And with appropriate policy changes, revenues can be increased over time. Raising the tax to GDP, excuse me, raising the tax to GDP ratio by somewhere between 3 and 5 percentage points over the medium term through a comprehensive policy and administration reform is definitely ambitious, but achievable. I mean, we've seen it in many countries through our technical assistance and capacity development that we've been providing at the IMF to many countries. However, mobilizing additional tax revenue in today's context will be very difficult and will need to await a solid recovery. But besides increasing tax revenues, government can also increase revenues from other sources through stronger management of government assets. Previous cross-country analysis suggests that better management of state-owned enterprises, which are quite prevalent in low-income developing countries, could yield about 1 percentage point of additional revenue. Increased efficiency of public spending can also help SDGs. I mean, just as an example, analysis suggests, and you can look at on the right-hand side chart, that the average LIDIC country loses about 53% of the returns on its investment purely to inefficiencies in its public investment management processes. Compare this to 34% and 15% for emerging market and advanced economies, respectively. And you can see this on the right-hand side chart. And now moving to the last bucket, if you want, on attracting private investment. So the private sector has a crucial role in developing countries in generating jobs, investment, and government revenues. Private investment can also make a significant contribution to economic growth and development. Now, the potential for external and private, basically, finance remains largely unrealized, despite some promising development in the last decade. and only a small fraction of institutional investment takes place in low-income countries. Rwanda is a good example, as you can see in the on the left-hand side chart. But for this to happen, so to have a repeat of, say, the Rwanda example, absent policies to support a favorable business climate, it would be very, very difficult to catalyze higher private financing. So for many projects, public sector support may be required, and such as the PPPs as an example. And countries also need to have a solid pipeline of infrastructure projects, or what we typically call bankable projects, which would be available for private sector financing. Now, LIDICs obviously face a daunting challenge in achieving their SDGs. And if you look at this chart, the left-hand side is basically a recap of what Dora just presented earlier on, which is, in a nutshell, that prior to the pandemic, countries needed about 11.7% of GDP per year of additional financing to meet the SDGs. And now they've reached about 16% between the impact of the pandemic and the scarring. So then the question is, how can we see these be financed? So to illustrate the depth of the challenge, we assess how much a set of illustrative comprehensive reform scenarios can contribute to the financing needs and boost the development agenda. So pursuing tax and structural reform and private investment, which is, again, the three broad areas that I've mentioned previously. So pursuing these three areas lowers the financing gap by almost 6 percentage points of GDP, from about 14, if we're excluding the scarring, which, as Dora said, is just purely illustrative. So we would reduce the financing needs or the gap by about 6 percentage points of GDP. But still, this implies that to reach their SDGs by 2030, the countries would still need to find additional resources amounting by more than 8% of GDP per year. And that's the last column on the right-hand side of the chart. So basically, while the reforms would not suffice to achieve the SDGs by 2030, they would allow countries to meet their goal eventually. The reforms would enable Cambodia, for example, to meet its SDGs by 2033, Rwanda, Nigeria, and Pakistan, the three other countries, by early to mid 2040. If we can move to the next slide, thank you. So now, of course, countries have are idiosyncratic, and therefore policy reforms should be country specific. We cannot have a one size or one policy recommendation for all countries. And here, for example, we show reforms can be different results in different countries. This depends on the starting point, but also on the specific reforms that should be considered and are feasible in the different country context. As you can see, Rwanda has a somewhat larger annual financing need than Nigeria. For example, for Rwanda, we consider domestic revenue of 7 percentage points over 2023-29 period, as informed by our capacity development work that we've done at the IMF. A structural reallocation of 1% of GDP towards SDG spending, and a 10% improvement in economic efficiency. Together, the efficiency, we take all these two as taken as structural reform, basically. And an increase in private finance to the 75th percentile of peer countries for Rwanda, which is the equivalent of about 2.8% of GDP gradually between 2021 2030. So for Nigeria, it's a different story. For Nigeria, we consider DRM could bring about 6 percentage points. This compares to 7, for example, in the previous case, Rwanda. Which is much faster than Rwanda, as Nigeria is very low, revenue in Nigeria is very low. Nigeria, I'm sure you're familiar, is an oil exporting countries, and revenue, the non-oil revenue is quite low, and the yield from reform hence potentially is much higher than if you would compare it to a country like Rwanda. Structural reforms in the case of Nigeria, comprising the state-owned enterprises, the oil sector, and possibly exchange rate regime reforms, and also an increase of private finance to the midpoint, which is the 50th percentile of peers, which translates into about 3.5% of GDP gradually during the 21-30 period. I mean, all this to say is basically that each country has its own specificities, and it will vary between one country to the other one. Now, even if reforms do not suffice to achieve the SDGs by 2030, so even if these countries cannot implement enough reforms, whatever they do, they would still be hugely beneficial for the development outcomes. And in all these cases, the benefits of sustained reform are significant over the long term and allow truly large increases in development indicators. As you can see on the chart here, the human capital, the improvement in human capital in Cambodia on the left-hand side with the reform versus not, as well as the GDP per capita in Pakistan on the right-hand side. So the point here is that it's a win-win situation for the countries implementing these reforms, even if they were not to meet the SDGs. We can move to the next slide, please, Dora. The critical message, and I've hinted this in my first slide, basically, is that additional donor support is critical for the SDG agenda. Donor country support has been fairly constant as a percent of their gross national income, at a level representing about half of the UN target. You can see this on the left-hand side. The support has been hovering around 0.3%, whereas the UN target is at 0.7%, so a little bit less than half. And so donor countries have been hit hard as well. We have to recognize this by the pandemic as well. So putting constraint on their fiscal resources. However, gradually building donor support toward the UN target, the 0.7% I mentioned of GNI, over the next decade would release, in our estimate, some $200 billion for development. This is in 2020 dollar. So combined, I mean, this donor support combined with domestic reforms that I've outlined above, scaling up the ODA to the UN target would allow, for example, Cambodia and Rwanda to fill their remaining SDG financing gaps in the 5 sectors by 2030-2031. The impact on individual countries, of course, depends on how ODA or official development assistance amount is distributed across countries. So that's the right-hand side chart, which is interesting. It gives you, in a way, a 3 scenario. Without reform, how much Cambodia and Rwanda would need to meet the SDGs. The second scenario is if ODA is scaled up to only 2.5% of GNI as opposed to 2.3 now. And the last one is 0.7, which is basically would allow them almost to meet the SDGs by 2030. So with that, let me stop here and pass on to my colleague Dora again. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And I realized that we're running a bit over time, so I'll try to conclude really quickly. So you've heard from Eddie and me that the LIDCs face a really daunting challenge to achieve the SDGs, and the pandemic has actually made that challenge even more, larger, by increasing the financing needs. In the baseline scenario, without further reform efforts, what we found was that our 4 case study countries on average would need additional resources of about 14% of GDP every year between now and 2030 to be able to meet the development goals in the 5 sectors. And without at least some of these additional resources, some of the countries would not be able to meet the goals even by 2050. We have also showed you that ambitious reforms agenda could raise their long-term growth, and they could help them mobilize domestic revenues while also enhancing equity and addressing climate change. We estimated that the ambitious domestic reforms could generate enough resources to fill or close to half of the case study countries' SDG financing needs. If you remember, the 6 percentage point of financing needs could be filled by domestic resources on average. But even with these comprehensive domestic reforms, the SDGs would be significantly delayed without further action, including further donor financing. So continued leveraging of IFI balance sheets and continued support from donor community will be really essential to fill the remaining gap to meet the SDGs. And finally, we wanted to flag that more than half of the world population growth between now and 2050 is expected to come from sub-Saharan Africa. That will potentially transform the continent to the most dynamic market in the world. And so therefore, helping these countries get back on track in terms of development is really in the interest of everyone, not just those countries. I'm not going to talk about next steps, but I'm happy to come back to that during the discussion. So we would like to thank you for your attention. I just wanted to point you to this dedicated website that we have on SDG financing that you can find on this link, where you will find all associated papers, including previous papers and the current staff discussion note, and case studies and all different material. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Samuele.
Thank you so much, Dora and Eddie, for this very informative presentation and the interesting conclusions. So meeting the SDG requires substantive support. Now we turn to Giovanni Melina, to Mr. Melina, to help us think about what could happen if those financing would be available, what would happen if such scaling up would take place, what needs to be done to make sure that things are in good shape. Giovanni, please.
Yes, Samuele, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. I can hear you very well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. As Samuele said, I'm Giovanni Melina. I'm an economist in the research department of the IMF. And I will focus on some applications of a model, DIGNAR, that over 8 years has helped many country teams at the fund quantify the effects of policy options and shape policy advice. Many of the lessons we learned over these years are relevant more than ever today, so I think it is worth going through some of them. Recently, we extended the model to account for the shocks related to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we labeled this extension DIGNAR 19, and we made it available to country authorities and researchers on the IMF website, so you are more than welcome to download it if you're interested in. Let me also clarify that today's presentation is based on work done with many fund colleagues, and it's part of a research agenda on macroeconomic policy in low-income countries supported by UK's FCDO. However, the views presented in this presentation today are not necessarily the official views of the IMF or FCDO. So first, let me start by providing some background. DIGNAR is an acronym that stands for Debt, Investment, Growth, and Natural Resources. More importantly, it is a model. It is a dynamic general equilibrium model of a small open economy that was developed to help country teams at the fund with the quantitative macroeconomic assessments and policy scenario analysis, especially in low-income and developing countries. It was conceived as an extension of the debt investment and growth model to analyze the macroeconomic effects of public investment programs in natural resource-rich low-income countries, which after the global financial crisis faced significant commodity price swings. And both DIG and DIGNAR have gained a wide measure of acceptance for policy work. Over the past 8 years, they complemented the IMF and World Bank debt sustainability framework analysis and are now part of what is called the IMF World Bank multi-pronged approach for address debt vulnerabilities. And these models helped inform policy analysis based on quantitative scenario analysis on issues such as public investment surges, fiscal consolidations, and governance reforms, among others. The structure shared by the DIG and DIGNAR models can be summarized using 3 interrelated blocks: a private demand block, private supply block, and a policy block. And these blocks describe the behaviors of households, firms, and the government, respectively, who are the model's agents. The basic structure is enriched by supply shocks, policy shocks, and external shocks. And as a result, all the macroeconomic variables dynamics are determined jointly, driven by shocks and shaped by policy responses and private sector adjustments. The IMF has applied the DIG and DIGNAR models to over 65 country cases in the context of surveillance and program review work. And we can see that African countries are those with the largest representation in the sample. In 2019, we wrote a stock-taking paper trying to distill some common lessons that can be drawn from all these applications. And let's focus on 4 that are particularly relevant today for the post-COVID-19 recovery. The first is that public investment can indeed boost growth, but how you spend the money and the projects being financed are crucial for the macroeconomic outcomes. In fact, in many cases, lack of institutional capacity, weak governance frameworks, and accountability systems do not allow to turn $1 of investment expenditure into $1 of productive capital. Also, at times, the projects being financed, even if the money is efficiently spent, are not those with the highest return for the larger economy. Therefore, reforms increasing the efficiency of investment on one side and improving project selections on the other side may make a huge difference for the ultimate growth returns of investment scale-ups. And if the growth boost is larger, also that dynamics may be more favorable. The second lesson is that due to absorptive capacity constraints, crowding out effects, and debt intolerance, gradual investment scale-ups may be preferable to very aggressive ones. And the third applies especially to countries with small fiscal space and large potential to widen their tax base. For them, mobilizing domestic revenue may allow to finance important infrastructure and social projects, which in turn may improve their growth outcome without jeopardizing their sustainability. The fourth applies to countries that have access to international aid in the form of grants or concessional debt that has very advantageous conditions in terms of interest rates and maturities. These can also be very powerful tools to create fiscal space for productive expenditure without endangering debt sustainability. One of the features of the COVID-19 pandemic is precisely that in many countries, it increased government debt and wiped out the fiscal space. So mobilizing domestic revenue and leveraging aid to finance productive expenditure is crucial to boost the recovery. Having said this, picking the right investment projects and sheltering them from weak governance practices may make a big difference for growth and debt dynamics. So the application of the DIGNAR model we did for Congo in 2019 is a good illustration of this point. We used the model to simulate the impact of anti-corruption reforms on output, private investment, private consumption, and debt. And these reforms are captured by a reduction in an implicit tax, mimicking a reduction in bribery and other distortions, which would boost private sector investment. An improvement in public investment processes, which would raise public investment efficiency and translate into a larger capital stock, and a more efficient government bureaucracy, which would reduce tax evasion, widen the tax base, and increase tax revenues. And finally, an improvement in oil sector governance that would correct mispricing of crude oil exports, which would lead to higher oil fiscal revenues. All these reforms are calibrated such that the country makes inroads in these indicators, getting closer to the level of countries with better performance in the sub-Saharan African region. And baseline simulations show that these reforms can increase the level of real non-oil output by 18% in 10 years, implying approximately an additional growth of up to 1.8 percentage points per year on average, with a crowding in effect on private consumption and investment, while public debt would decline at a rate of about 3 percentage points of GDP per year. Additional simulations suggest that economic dividends from anti-corruption reforms remain significant even under a partial reversal of reforms. In this table, we report the average annual effects of each reform in isolation. It is worth making a few observations. First, given the general equilibrium and nonlinear features of the model, the combined effects of the comprehensive reform package are somewhat larger than the sum of the individual effects obtained in isolation. Second, reforms that reduce distortions, for example, bribery, constraining private sector investment, and others that improve public investment efficiency, account for the largest impact on growth. Meanwhile, reforms that boost GDP and therefore widen the tax base account for the most of the reduction in the government debt to GDP ratio. Third, reforms that target the correction of oil mispricing help improve that dynamics to a significant extent, but they have a rather moderate effect on growth. So the COVID-19 pandemic made the situation even more challenging in many emerging and developing economies as a result of 5 main simultaneous shocks, which we incorporated in a recent extension of the model. The first shock is the pandemic itself, together with the imposed aggressive lockdowns that restricted labor supply to prevent a massive outbreak. And these measures tended to lower growth and government revenues. Second, a commodity price shock forcibly hit a large fraction of emerging and developing economies, which added pressure to falling government revenues in commodity exporters, particularly in those countries where oil receipts are the main source of revenue. Third, on the external finance side, tight external finance conditions have aggravated the effects of the pandemic. These conditions include a fall in remittances and a decline of capital flows and the associated surge in interest rates. Fourth, the sharp decline of international non-oil trade and tourism added a further strain on the macroeconomic outlook and on public finances. And fifth, governments implemented policy responses to limit the human and economic cost of the COVID-19 pandemic. So they faced large and uncertain fiscal needs associated with public health spending, medical imports, and unconventional supports to mitigate production disruptions. So as part of the efforts to help with policy analysis during the pandemic, we extended the DIGNAR model, as we said, which we named DIGNAR 19. The objective was to provide a structural macro framework that IMF teams could use to assess the macroeconomic effects of the pandemic by simulating the main shocks we just discussed, as well as domestic and supranational policy responses. Teams are now using the model to embed epidemiological simulations, incorporate information from empirics and projections, and organize their policy discussions using scenario analysis about policy issues. And to facilitate the use of the model, we developed a user-friendly toolkit, which is now available for download on the IMF website. As an example of an application of the DIGNAR 19 model, we present the application that we prepared for the 2021 Botswana Article 4 consultation to analyze upside and downside scenarios around the growth and debt outlook. The downside scenario present in these slides envisages a more prolonged COVID-19 pandemic and assumes a number of simultaneous shocks. A health shock affecting employment, domestic demand, and government expenditures, a trade shock captured by a fall in non-diamond exports and Southern African Customs Union's transfers, and a negative shock to diamond price and diamond export volumes. The negative shocks in the downside scenarios would take a heavy toll on Botswana's economy, mainly driven by subdued employment, economic activity, and external demand, GDP growth would be 5.25 percentage points lower than the baseline in 2021 and 1.25 percentage points lower in 2022. And absent fiscal consolidation measures, public debt would increase by 13 percentage points of GDP by 2025, primarily due to the higher public health expenditures and lower mineral and other revenues. The upside scenario is also built using a number of assumptions. A positive non-diamond export shock capturing faster rollout of vaccines worldwide, removal of containment measures, and a resumption of tourism activity. Second, a positive shock to diamond export volumes reflecting stronger external demand for diamonds. And third, a rapid and effective product market reform implementation coupled with an improvement in public investment efficiency. So the combined effects of these positive shocks would be very beneficial for Botswana. Largely driven by higher external demand, GDP growth would be 0.6 percentage points higher than the baseline in 2021 and 1 percentage points higher in 2022. In the medium term, successful implementation of reforms would lift potential GDP and overall growth would be 1.6 percentage points above baseline by 2025. Also, government debt would decline below the pre-pandemic level by 2025, facilitated primarily by higher external demand, mineral and other revenues. So to conclude, the COVID-19 pandemic is putting pressure on emerging and developing economies through a contraction of revenue and increased spending needs to tackle the pandemic and the economic fallout. Governments face the challenge of boosting the recovery, but many of them have very limited fiscal space. Therefore, it is imperative to mobilize domestic revenue, and this includes eliminating efficient tax exemptions, combat tax evasion, improve tax collection efficiency. Countries with access to aid and concessional financing sources may benefit from the fiscal space that these tools may help create. However, to get the biggest bang for the buck, it is important on one hand to choose investment projects with high economic and social returns, and on the other hand, to improve spending efficiency and governance frameworks, adopt anti-corruption measures and other structural reforms to improve the business environment and boost private investment and employment. Thank you, Samuel.
Thank you so much, Giovanni. The message is strong and clear and also mirrors what was also conveyed by the very good presentation from Dora and Eddie, that it's not just important how much you spend, but it's also important how you spend and where you spend, and the reforms needed to support virtuous circle in that area. So we turn now to Mr. Jose Gijon to guide us through exactly what the fund did in this area, how those considerations has informed our approach to country, and also a little bit beyond the crisis, what could we do sometimes to strengthen endogenous growth pattern and seize the opportunity for new technologies, even low-income countries are really at the frontier of that, and the hopes are very strong. I would like to ask Jose to keep the presentation within the 10 minutes, so we can have at the end some remarks by others, questions or considerations. Thank you so much, Jose. The floor is on you.
Okay, so, good afternoon. Samuel, can you see the presentation?
Yes, I can see and I can hear you very well.
Okay. Okay, so if the participants allow me, and you will understand why, I would love to make a short, give a short sentences in Italian, and then I will continue in English. But è un onore per me poter partecipare in questo evento. Ho un rapporto molto forte con l'Italia, essendo il nipote di un piemontese che ha fatto la grande guerra con l'Italia, la grande guerra. e ho studiato a Bologna, dove ho conosciuto al professore e mentore Enzo Grilli, che mi ha trasmesso la sua passione per lo sviluppo economico. Dopo queste parole farò il mio intervento in inglese. Grazie. So let's move to, so what I've been asked here, I've been asked to try to provide a more operational perspective. So after all these extremely deep and research related issues and analytical issues, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, my presentation is going to be based on three broad points. Number one, which has been the IMF response during COVID crisis. Number two, what basically the IMF has been doing, what it's been doing in terms of digitalization and enhancing governance from an applied point of view. This is important because I will show both that the IMF has been working on these issues. The IMF has been working on these issues. Before the COVID, and this has been enhanced after during COVID. So let me first start with the so this is basically the IMF and the COVID response globally and in sub-Saharan Africa. Digitalization in sub-Saharan Africa, which is a powerful tool to strengthen governance. And I will talk about the example of Guinea-Bissau's Wellbeach, where I am actually I'm the mission chief for Guinea-Bissau, and I will also share some views from e-tax payments, given that I was the IMF representative in Cote d'Ivoire for three years. So let me the IMF and COVID response. You will see this is from the IMF website, but you will see this is provided by our internal department, but it's available on the website. You will see that the response of the IMF during COVID has been quite important, focused obviously in emerging and low-income countries, and most of the support has been in sub-Saharan Africa. The support has also been extremely diverse. We had multiple support, mostly again focusing on sub-Saharan Africa, meaning urgency packages, new programs, augmentation of new programs, and this is how the IMF supported. But we have also some other kind of debt relief initiatives like the CCRT. And what is interesting is that as part of the COVID-related support, particularly for the rapid arrangements, borrowing countries have committed to undertake important reform measures to promote accountable and transparent use of resources. As I can see, I mean, I was present in the rapid response both in Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea-Bissau, and in both cases, the support had a series of conditions to enhance governance, most notably through enhanced procurement in COVID-related expenses, but there are others. Let me move to the second slide, which will provide, given this is more close to some of the speakers that we are here, the support to sub-Saharan Africa. I'm not sure if you know, but in the IMF, we divide Africa in a way, the African continent, in two. We have another part, mostly the Maghreb and the Sahel, which belongs to another department, Middle East and North Africa department, and then Sub-Saharan African department. And as you can see, support was provided to all but 6 countries. And these 6 countries, they did not receive support for mostly 2 reasons. One, they didn't request it, and they were basically in debt distress, which they don't allow to get borrowing from IMF, which could be the case, for example, of Zambia or the Republic of Congo. But still, the IMF, as of today, based on the calculations that we made, the IMF provided between 2020 and 2021 about $21.5 billion. And the next slide will show precisely what is the evolution of this support in sub-Saharan Africa. You will see this is data as of provided by our research unit as of end May 2021. And you will see, I mean, it's self-explanatory, right? So the support of the IMF between, let's say, the last about 10 years on average, in the support in 2020 increased by 20-fold or almost. So this is just to show the extent of the support. This support was based on the difficulties that African countries and low-income countries, emerging countries in general, will have to are facing to tackle the crisis with a very limited fiscal space, and not comparable for that of the in general of the advanced economies. And this is how the IMF tried to help these countries, which some of them were already facing extremely difficult situation. Then I will move very quickly to the second part of the presentation. But before, let me say one thing: the IMF support will not only rest on the emergency responses, the implementation of programs, but now, approximately in August, maybe early September, there is going to be also a new SDR allocation, which should help also countries in different ways that are still being decided to get to help most vulnerable countries to go through the crisis. I cannot go more into details on how this support is going to be, because it still has not been decided by the IMF board. But there's a clear, the IMF identifies a clear additional need to support these countries, as it was done, and membership in general, as it was done in 2009 on the eve of the global financial crisis. Now, let me move to a second part, which I think is important because it's related to the bigger emphasis that the IMF does on the digitalization, is operational, and talks about how the IMF is also trying to get in its way its hands dirty in more operational issues to enhance governance through different partnerships with the private sector, the different donors, and so forth, which is based on the words of Lam Pritchett from Harvard University. These are the projects that should work in order to foster development and enhance transparency. Last word that is important to say, the last comment is important to say before I go to the next slides, is that digitalization is having a very, very important impact in Africa. Maybe it's a little bit exaggerated to say, but digitalization is helping to modernize governments, is helping to tackle corruption, strengthen transparency, and in a way, it's like the arrival of mobile telephony to Africa, the same way where it was almost impossible to communicate. Mobile technology has really helped development in this country and has changed the landscape in many sub-Saharan countries. So let me start with what I wanted to share with you, which is a blockchain enhancing transparency, Guinea's wage bill, which is a project that has won the IMF governance challenge inside there were more than 120 ideas presented, and the team presented a way to try to face to enhance the wage bill management, which for the mission chief in Guinea-Bissau is one of the largest concerns that we have in this country in order to move it forward. Just a couple of comments on Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau is a very small, highly fragile country. It has the world record of course. It managed to have the first peaceful transition since independence last year. At the same time, the developmental challenges are immense. The budget is extremely constrained, mostly because of the wage bill that is going to represent in 2020-21 about 65% of tax revenues, which essentially constrains all the finance, all the fiscal space that you would like to have. So for us is a priority. So what did we did? We put into play a team that I'm going to show you a slide with a lot of people, but just to show how broad and this partnership is and how many parties are involved. So this is our team. We have a steering committee, and we have people from our fiscal affairs departments, the Africa department, but we have also partners from our private partner, which is developing the technical solution that I speak later, from Ernst & Young. There's people from the legal department, which is trying to figure out which is going to be the impact in terms of enhancing transparency and limiting corruption, which could be done. And this is not only being, you have observers, you have the African Development Bank, the World Bank, the European Union, and there's always a steering committee, which again is followed by members of the IMF, the private sector, and so forth. Just to give you a little bit the point which is the situation with Guinea-Bissau. We need to address the inefficiencies of the wage bill. Recent work in the Minister of Foreign Administration and Minister of Finance database show little transparency on the allocation of percentage of incentives and the lack of consistency between multiple databases. So the wage bill, you have a huge disparity between incentives that are extremely blur and the salaries. So the wage bill represents, as I said, 65% tax revenue based on the 2021 budget. The wage bill on the Ministry of Finance is about 12% of the wage bill, and this is where the process is going to start. It's going to start looking at the Ministry of Finance, and we will move to the rest of the administration. About 3 times more people receive incentives compared to salaries, of which 31.5% are employees of the Ministry of Finance, 24.2% are not public employees, and 45% of the people receiving incentives to support revenue collection are not employees of the Ministry of Finance. So let me show you this. We will leave it with you, but what we have is just we have 4 blocks. We have the Guinea-Bissau government, which is very enthusiastic on this. We have the IMF, Ernst & Young, and development partners. So the cost, given the extent of the project, is about $700,000, and this is being provided by several partners, including French budget support, the IMF Innovation Lab, the Fiscal Affairs Departments, Ernst & Young, and UNDP. And this is probably we will get also additional support from the African Development Bank. We're still saying. And the solution is basically enhancing. So the proposed, it's a blockchain solution that has the capacity of, it's open code, immutable, that has the capacity of tracking funds in nearly real time and create immutable audit trail. So what we do is just we will create the Ministry of Administration has the personal records, the Minister of Finance, which again is the first phase of this project, will input the employees, wages and salaries, and there will be stakeholder and decision makings in terms of the reports. The employee will have its own identity. We will develop smart contracts, and there will be output indicators. So what will happen is that blockchain connects disparate systems and prevent immutable, tamper-evident single source of truth, integrated view of data in real time, improved data integrity, and it assures also privacy and security. This is, believe me, not science fiction. We are running the pilots and it works. There's a file for every employee, and we are just in the process of launching it. This
Jose,
is a little
can
bit.
you hear me?
Yes.
Jose, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm in my last slide.
Thank you so much.
So just the next steps you will see, we are just working on the whole process, and we will hopefully the pilot launch will be in December of this year, and we will start working, and we'll hope it will have a very important impact. What I wanted to say is that this is not my last word before I pass I pass to Samuel, is that this is not only the project that the IMF is working or has been working. There is also ongoing a very important project on tax mobilization in Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire is also a post-conflict country that has been having a very high growth, and it is also based on blockchain technology. It's progressing well. There's a lot of resistance, as you can imagine, as internal resistance, because it implies the reform of the Director General of Taxation, as there is for this wage bill project in Guinea-Bissau. But we've been working more and more on these operational issues with partnership with the private sector. I will stop here and will pass to Samuel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose, a lot for this presentation, which also looks at the issue of strengthening governance and unlocking growth through technology. I would like to maybe give the word and welcome Director Executive Fanitha on any consideration you might have on what we've heard so far before I conclude. Mr. Fanitha, please, the floor is on you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, Samuel, and all the colleagues for these very interesting presentations. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'm very pleased for all of these. Quite interesting. I've only very quickly, but I want to take much time. I wanted to also thank Jose for his comments in Italian. Although I must say, I expected a comment on yesterday's game, so it was great. I mean,
I haven't lost. I didn't lose. That's the great thing of this. The matches between Spain and Italy, I never lose.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent. That's the right approach. Okay, very quickly, let's go to business. It was really the presentation was very interesting. I like this very much. This stress on innovation is a topic that in the past I've stressed personally and written extensively on the fact that Africa, in a sense, is more innovation prone than Europe. But that's beside the point. Two things I wanted to say. One is that I'm not too sure that we should continue to think about growth and development in Africa as export driven. As the presenters, some of the presenters have stressed, the most important factor is the potential, which actually is not only potential, it's already started, for developing a regional market, an African market. It's much more important than exporting. What has changed in recent period is that the most dynamic component of demand has not been, like in the past, exports to Europe and the US. To the contrary, have been export the regional market, and that's very, very important. Meaning that we cannot replicate the growth model based on export diversification. I mean, Africa is not the Southeast Asia. I mean, it's not, you cannot expect that Central African Republic start to export to things to the rest of the world. There are such a big market that getting to the ocean is not possible. Huh?
The total amount of the envelope guarantees.
Sorry. And the other things that I just wanted to say very quickly, I'm not sure it is useful to frame the development challenge of the continent in terms of the sustainable development goals, which are okay with it, that are only aspirational. I mean, attaching a bill to that, I don't think helps even the mobilizing foreign support. The stress should be in the capacity of the countries in Africa to change by themselves. And that's, I think, we need to break with that tradition of development economics that says we have some lofty objectives. We present the bill to the usual suspect where they create the development partners, and those people have to foot the bill. No, that's not the way to mobilize support, and that's not the way to foster change in the continent. We need to stress emphasis on the capacity itself and the potential of Africa to transform itself. That's all. I found the presentation very, very stimulating, and thanks a lot. And talk too long. I think we do not have much longer to discuss. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fanissa. In fact, in our also bilateral discussion, you frame Africa as a land of opportunity, not just a development problem. And this shows in your intervention, it was very useful to kind of enrich, if not change the paradigm to think about supporting Africa. I wanted to, first of all, thank you so much for attending this session. Thank you, Professor Paganetto, for inviting us. And as I said, to the ED's office for helping us navigate through this preparation. I think we provided a comprehensive view of the work of the fund in this area. And I've also wanted to really thank my colleagues for their participation during an extremely busy time for our institution. So they took their time out of no time available. So I'm really, really grateful for their cooperation. And I'm sorry, we are sorry that we could not lead this panel being present in Rome. We really look for better times with more frequent face-to-face meeting opportunities. And I think that this first participation might offer other opportunity to continue this important dialogue and exchange of views, with a certain benefit, first of all, us. So I turn the floor to the organizers and thank all of you for your attending this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you very much for the session, for organizing the session, for chairing the session, and because of the topics that have been presented are very important. In my view, I said in my introduction that in a multilateral world, it's very important for Europe to look at a policy that considers the Africa problem in a larger extent, and the commercial policy and investment policy linked to this. I hope that we'll be in touch in the next future, because it's important also to see each other, maybe in the United States, or where I hope to have an opportunity to be back very soon, because I was in the past very frequently in the United States. Now there is a problem, but I hope that will be solved. Anyway, next year I hope I wait for you in Villa Mondragone in presence, because you know Villa Mondragone is a very nice place, and there's a place where there is a possibility to create the personal interaction that are very important, because the web is extraordinary tool, but the personal interaction are not to be avoided. Okay, thank you very much to everybody, and you make an appointment for the next year. Okay, thanks to the participants to the panel. Thank you, someone. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vede, siamo solo noi?
Sì, ma a questo punto possiamo interrompere anche la registrazione.
Possiamo interrompere la registrazione, sì.
Lo facciamo
sulla
noi?
2 abbiamo finito, giusto?
Sì, sulla 2 abbiamo finito.
Ok, quindi salutiamo a distanza l'assistenza tecnica.
Recording
Ci ha aiutato
stopped.
oggi Daniele e non so quale altro tecnico è collegato.
Sì, ciao a tutti.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao, grazie di tutto.
Grazie a voi.
Grazie, a presto.
A presto.
Vede, tu poi ti sposti sulla 1?
Eh sì, faccio lo switch.
Ok.